sad because most people watching the show, they don't have it when the show starts. I got it. We should give them. Right? Oh, it's recording. Oh, you found a natural moment. Mark. Oh, what? Okay, all right. A couple huge VR events are happening this evening. One is the Meta Connect event, which I think is happening as we're filming this right now, because of course they scheduled it for 5 p.m. Come back on Friday for coverage of that. They probably released some new smart glasses. Please ask Mark to run the event earlier next time. Mark Zuckerberg, not this one, not Mark. Then there's a bunch of prominent VR content creators who have been heading to Seattle, possibly to get a sneak peek at the new Steam frame, but I wouldn't know for sure because Gabe didn't invite me. That's okay. Maybe next time. It sounds like we'll find out more soon, so stay tuned. You're like, what was the news there? There was no news, that's the problem. Tesla has settled another wrongful death lawsuit due to its autopilot technology. This one comes from 2019 when a 15-year-old riding in a truck with his pops was hit by a Model 3 going over 60 miles per hour. That's almost 100 kilometers per hour for the Europeans out there. Tesla has, of course, argued that it's the driver who's at fault here, not their trusty autopilot. But they lost a similar case in Florida last month that's gonna cost them $243 million. They don't wanna lose another $243 million, so now they're settling out of court for an undisclosed amount. Can't win them all. But you can try to settle them? No, you can't. But AMD just won another battle in the eternal CPU war against its blue rival, Intel. See, Team Blue likes to release 2 generations of CPUs per motherboard socket over 2 or 3 years, while AMD likes to release at least 3 generations over 9 years. How do they do it? By releasing a clock-down version of the Ryzen 5 5600 and calling it the new 5600F. Is it the best upgrade if you're still on AM4? Not really, but 3 generations over 9 years. How do they do it? By releasing a clock-down version of the Ryzen 5 5600 and calling it the new 5600F. Is it the best upgrade if you're still on AM4? Not really, but people just like options, you know? But sometimes you pick the wrong one. SK Hynix and their DDR5 DIMMs are in some hot water for remaining vulnerable to a variant of the Rowhammer exploit called Phoenix, or if you're cultured like me, CVE 2025-6202. Okay. Researchers from ETH Zurich and Google found a blind spot in the refresh sampling logic and used one of 2 patterns to flip bits on 15 different on-die ECC memory modules made between 21 and 2024. Hey, that's the same year Casio's Mouflin launched. And I'm telling you that now, because it's finally coming to America. It's a fuzzy, cuddly, cute AI robot thing that is surprisingly, maybe unsurprisingly, selling out in Japan. So the Tyrell Corporation, Casio, decided it was time to spread the love. Pre-orders are already up for the gold or silver fuzzball, and it costs a lot for a smart companion designed to support, reassure, and grow with you through life's everyday moments. Who needs that? And with 2 axes of movement, operating temperatures of up to 35 degrees Celsius, and an included Mouflin bed. It sounds like I'd be dumb not to buy one on October 1st. And I'd be dumb not to make more tech news for you to watch on Friday, so I guess I will. Hey, see you then, and thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe. Okay, bye. It'll do.
One single scientist created 3 inventions that accidentally caused the deaths of millions of people, including himself. Not only that, they decreased the average intelligence of people all around the world, increased crime rates, and caused 2 completely separate environmental disasters that we are still dealing with today. Part of this video is sponsored by Ren. More about them at the end of the show. In 1944, as a young chemist who had just finished his master's, Claire Patterson went to work on the Manhattan Project, building the first nuclear weapons. His job was to concentrate uranium-235, the fissile fuel for bombs, from the much more common uranium-238. And this required huge machines. mass spectrometers, which separated the two types of uranium by their slight difference in mass. After the war, Patterson went back to grad school to get his PhD. He picked a research project that would take advantage of his experience with mass spectrometers, measuring the age of the Earth. Radioactive rocks are effectively clocks. Uranium-238, for example, decays into thorium, and then protactinium, and then 12 more decays, until it ends up as lead-206, which is stable. The rate of this decay is consistent and can be measured. It takes 4.5 billion years for half of a sample of U-238 to decay into lead-206.
Patterson's PhD project was to determine the age of the Earth by measuring the ratio of uranium to lead in primordial rocks. But to calibrate his instrument, first he used zircon crystals whose ages were known. Zircon is ideal for this purpose because when it forms, it contains trace amounts of uranium, but absolutely no lead. So any lead that you later find inside a zircon, you know must be the product of a uranium decay. Now, Patterson was tasked with measuring the lead content, and another student, George Tilton, measured uranium. Tilton's uranium measurements were fine. They matched predictions. But Patterson's lead measurements were all over the place, and they were many, many times higher than they expected.
We take George's uranium and my lead. Not right, Patterson. There was lead there that didn't belong there.
So where was all this extra lead coming from? That mystery would take over the rest of Claire Patterson's life and bring him to the literal ends of the Earth.
In 1908, a woman was driving across the Belle Isle Bridge in Detroit when her car stalled. A passing motorist stopped to help. In those days, cars needed to be hand-cranked to start. He knelt down and turned the crank, and the engine roared to life, a little too suddenly. The man couldn't get out of the way, and the crank handle hit him in the face and broke his jaw. He died as a result of his injuries. His name was Byron Carter, and he was the founder of his own car company, so he was well connected in the Detroit auto scene. He counted among his close friends the founder of Cadillac, Henry Leland. Leland was so distraught over his friend's death that he resolved to eliminate hand cranks from his vehicles. Leland hired Charles Kettering to create a self-starting car, and by 1911, he had a working prototype.
Hand cranking was difficult and dangerous, and best left to men. But a car that started itself changed everything.
The world's first crankless car was the Cadillac Model 30. It was much more powerful than cars before it. It had a top speed of 45 miles per hour and 40 horsepower, double the Ford Model T. The Model 30 was a huge success for Cadillac, doubling the company's annual sales. But it had a problem. It was deafeningly loud. In internal combustion engines, a piston compresses the fuel-air mixture, which is then ignited by a spark from the spark plug. The expanding hot gases push the piston back down. The problem with the Model 30 engine was it compressed the fuel-air mixture more than previous models. So much, in fact, that often the fuel would spontaneously combust before the spark from the spark plug. So rather than orderly, perfectly timed explosions, you'd get multiple haphazard combustions leading to turbulent pressure waves inside the cylinder. The resulting sound led the problem to become known as engine knocking. Knocking wasn't just hard on the ears, it hurt the engine's performance. It reduced power output and lowered fuel efficiency. The vibrations also damaged the piston and walls of the cylinder, shortening the life of the engine. The good news was that engine knocking could be corrected by changing the fuel. Different fuels can withstand different levels of compression before detonating. N-heptane, for example, will spontaneously combust under only a little compression. Isooctane, on the other hand, can withstand a much higher compression ratio before it auto-ignites, so it's much less likely to cause knocking. To quantify how much compression a fuel can withstand, scientists came up with the octane rating system.
They arbitrarily set isooctane to have a rating of 100 and N-heptane a rating of 0. Now, real fuels aren't made up of only these two ingredients. They're a mix of lots of different hydrocarbons, but the octane rating tells you what mixture of octane and heptane gives equivalent performance. For example, 98 octane fuel can withstand the same compression as a mixture of 98% octane and 2% heptane. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of 98 octane fuel and put it in this piston, and when I compress it, nothing happens, which is exactly what you'd expect. This fuel can withstand a lot of compression. Diesel has an octane rating of 20, so it acts like a mixture of 20% isooctane and 80% N-heptane. If I put a little bit of diesel in there, let's see what happens with the same compression ratio. There you go. You get a little explosion in there. That's because this is a low octane fuel. I mean, that's what diesel's meant to do. You compress it and it ignites. But you don't want this sort of fuel in an engine with spark plugs. The reason fancy cars demand high octane fuel is to prevent knocking in their high compression, high performance engines.
Kettering wanted to find an additive which would increase the octane rating of ordinary fuel and eliminate knocking in high compression engines. So he hired 27-year-old engineer Thomas Midgley Jr. Midgley experimented with all sorts of compounds, from melted butter and camphor to ethyl acetate and aluminum chloride. He later wrote most of them had no more effect than spitting in the Great Lakes. Ethanol was an interesting exception. It did stop the knocking, but you needed a lot of it, about 10% of the fuel mixture for it to be effective. That much ethanol would be expensive and hard to turn a profit on. And Midgley was really after an additive that was cheap, easy to produce, and effective even at low concentrations. So he kept trying. Then he hit on tellurium. It worked wonderfully as an anti-knock agent, but it had a terrible smell. You couldn't get rid of it by changing clothes or bathing. His wife was so offended by the stench that he had to sleep in the basement for 7 months. Midgley wrote, "I don't think that, although this doubled the fuel economy, humanity would suffer this smell." You couldn't...
On December 3rd, 19...
used to hide in your wounds? Are you used to running from your own truth? Are you used to thinking your secrets aren't see-through? But how long can you last if you're searching for peace? Let yourself breathe. If you yearn to be free, just wear your heart on your sleeve. Let your heart speak up. Let your heart speak up. Go ahead and let it sing. Da 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 da. Let your heart speak up. You can hide the cards you've been dealt. You can go pretending you're someone else. You can keep believing the fiction that you sell. But how long can you last if you're searching for peace? Let yourself breathe. If you yearn to be free, just wear your heart on your sleeve. Let your heart speak up. Let your heart speak up. Nowhere to let it sing. When you choose to face your true self, she could know your pain all too well. She could keep you neck deep in a living hell. But if you're searching for peace, let your heart speak up. Let your heart speak up. Go ahead and let it sing. Da 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 da. Let your heart speak up. Not a change, not a gift I can claim. Never void, just a tool and it's not mine. Are you cold? Is it ice in my soul? The chill from what you find. I don't care if the frost leads you there. It will burn and the sear carries no shame. Status quo is a thing I don't know. I exist to threat the same. Don't ask who would I be, who would I be, who would I be? Oh, who would I be, who would I be if I escaped the freeze? If you melted the snow, you would still know there is a blade heaven made deep inside me. The hell I dispel as your world fell shatters. It all comes crashing down. You can let me be your bodyguard. I will take the blows when they come hard. I will be your wall. I'll take it all. I'll take it all. I will be the glacier that they climb. I will keep you safe and hard to find. Frozen to the ground, won't let you drown, won't let you There's a shadow, I can't keep at bay in my past, but I don't let it shake me. Cut the cord with the edge of my sword, but I'll never find escape. That's the key to the fortress, you see. When it all knocks me down, I'm still upright. I'm the bite in the wind, just your back. I'm the creature born to fight. Don't ask who would I be, who would I be, who would I be? Oh, who would I be, who would I be if I escaped the freeze? In the fury of steel, there's a new deal. Taking the fight, overflight for protection. It's a blizzard of fear, but you're safe here. If it all comes crashing down, you can let me be your bodyguard. I will take the blows when they come hard. I will be your wall. I'll take it all. I'll take it all. I will be the glacier that they climb. I will keep you safe and hard to find. Frozen to the ground, won't let you drown, won't let you Every time I find my fire, somehow I'm starved for air. When I'm stuck in the mire, I know I've nothing to fear. The candle of hope has been lit for so long. Sometimes it's hard to go, feels like I've lost my way. I'm slowly losing control. My heart is heavy these days. The candle of hope has been lit for so long, and it's burning out. Yeah, it's burning out when everything is spinning out of control. I can barely sleep with all this weight on my soul. I try to let it be. I try to let it be, but I can't let it go. No, I can't let it be. If there's any hope, even just a glimmer, I'll be holding on. 'Cause I believe in us. When these times get tough and it feels like everything's come undone, it's so hard to change this whole run. But I'll be keeping faith and take it day by day. Maybe someday soon we'll find a way. We can in a better day. I believe in us. I believe in us. Oh, seeing so much fear and pain keeps me awake at night, hoping that our hearts can change, trying to make the best of this life. Gotta break free from the old ways we know. Yeah, we'll tear it down. Yeah, we'll tear it down when everything is spinning out of control. I can barely sleep with all this weight on my soul. I try to let it be. I try to let it be, but I can't let it go. No, I can't let it be. If there's any hope, even just a glimmer, I'll be holding on. 'Cause I believe in us. When these times get tough and it feels like everything's coming down, it's so hard to change this road we're on, but I'll be keeping faith and take it day by day. Maybe someday soon we'll find a way. We can place our hope in a better day. I believe in us. Talk to myself, 'cause no one else knows me the way I do when I feel overwhelmed. Made the wrong turn and I got burned. Every decision weighing on me in my world. So I just try to breathe and I will try to see all the reasons we are where we're meant to be. I know I lost the race, backfired in my face. I'd always needed you. You know, I really, really miss you. What if I close my eyes and drifted till forever to find you? What if I stop seeing the parts of you that live within me? What if I stop feeling the strength that you'd insist is in me? My deepest fears might all come true, but I will try to keep my cool. Long as I keep breathing, I'll do my best to be like you. They say that time will mend any kind of aching heart, but I still wonder when the healing will begin. You know, I'd always needed you. You know, I really, really miss you. What if I close my eyes and drifted till forever to find you? Would you be looking for me too? Would you be looking for me too? What if I close my eyes and drifted till forever to find you? What if I stop hearing this heart that's only beating for you? What if tonight when I'm dreaming, you're not right there like you're supposed to be? They say that time will mend any kind of aching heart, but I still wonder when the healing will begin. You know, I'd always needed you. You know, I really, really miss you. What if I close my eyes and drifted till forever to find you? Would you be looking for me too? Would you be looking for me too? What if I close my eyes and drifted till forever to find you? Some mornings I just can't get up because the whole wide world put its weight on me. But that's when I remind myself to open up the gift that you gave to me. My eyes like yours, eyes that say I can take on anything and everything. I just wish you could see who I've become. You know, I'd always needed you. You know, I really, really miss you. What if I close my eyes and drifted till forever from being kind. Don't let them say that your peace is a waste of time. Don't let them crush all your dreams then change their minds. All this room was built for one share only. I'm not empty, I'm just lonely, tied to the ghost of you. I can be gentle too. Oh, just one look and I'm less reclusive. Slurring words we speak in cursive. It's just a passing phase. I whisper as you fade. Oh, oh, letting me go isn't the only answer. Oh, oh, letting me go makes the world spin faster. No one like me doesn't mean you won't like me. Oh, oh, I'll let you go. It's a pattern on repeat. Don't let utopia haunt you. There's more to save. Don't stop the search for the perfect. You're smart and brave. Don't let them sail off in anger. Just smile and wave. Oh, the ship takes off. Now I'm the captain. Gentle breeze, I'll make it happen. I'm gonna lock the doors. No one allowed on board. Oh, I won't choose. I'm not ungrateful. Making peace to quell the hateful. Look at the mess you make. I whisper as you fade. Oh, oh, letting me go isn't the only answer. Oh, oh, letting me go makes the world spin faster. No one like me doesn't mean you won't like me. Oh, oh, I'll let you go. It's a pattern on repeat. Waking up feeling alone. A lot of you have done it, but no more than I have done. I lost count of trying hard getting along with guys that I didn't even know what to say. But then finally I found out one. Don't you wanna make it better? You and I, we know we won't last forever. Oh, I know you for an hour or two, but baby, let's mix up for a day or two. I'll be back in second. Give me another drink to get it over. If you're kind enough, give me another day to get to know you. For me, a angel, baby. Give me another drink to get it over. You'll be done in a second. Everything's so right with you. Everything's so right with you. Going home walking alone. A lot of you have done it, but no more than I have done. I lost count of it. Trying to laugh with my own sad and little broken heart on the road, but then finally I found out. to know ya. For me, you're angel, baby. Give me another drink to get it over. You'll be gone in a second. Everything's alright with you. Everything's alright with you. Give me another drink to get it over. If you're kind enough, give me another day to get to know ya. For me, you're angel, baby. Give me another drink to get it over. You'll be gone in a second. Everything's alright with you. Everything's alright with you. Give me another drink to get it over. If you're kind enough, give me another day to get to know ya. For me, you're angel, baby. Give me another drink to get it over. You'll be gone in a second. Everything's alright with you. Everything's alright with you. Everything's alright with you. You'll be gone in a second. You'll be gone in a second. Everything's alright with you. You'll be gone in a second.
I am the one, I'm here. If you traded, your time has come to be downgraded. I've already won, as far as can see. So keep your eyes on me. I recommend you keep your distance. I'm combustible. Keep on burning day and night. I'm unstoppable. I'm searing hot. I am untouchable. Yes, I'm on fire, ignited by a burning desire. Can't contain the sun, but though you're trying to smile, all the sun is trying to stop me. I defy
did you get it off? In the aftermath, oh, would you leave it all out on the table now? Before the dust settles down, 'cause right before the sunrise, I could see the fear in your eyes. You thought I'd disappear for good now. You thought you left me dead, 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 dead. You thought that I could slow it down by now, but think again, think again. I thought that I was gone for good now. Praying I turn around and said, hey, hey, hey. You thought that I could slow it down by now, think again. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. You and me, we're going and we're going again. I'm coming at you like a bull. All I see is red. Fire in my righteous eyes. You can't hide. 'Cause I'm the light illuminating every shadow. I'm coming for you. I can see it that you're running lost. I've been breaking the signs. I feed the fear in your mind. You thought I'd disappear for good now. You thought you left me dead, 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 dead. You thought that I could slow it down by now, but think again, think again. I thought that I was gone for good now. Praying I turned around and said, hey, hey, hey. You thought that I could slow it down by now, but think again. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. You're mixing up, I've got the holy light at my command, and I got trouble for you in my right hand. 'Cause you've been left now, won't feel right, so justified. I won't let the people down, gonna raise them high. We're getting louder every day, we're at the fight. Done it with the light, you're gonna wanna be on my side. It's I'm coming for you, yeah, you know it. Full speed ahead, yeah, yes, I'm coming for you, yeah, you know it. Full speed ahead. You thought I'd disappear for good now. You thought you left me dead, 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 dead. You thought that I could slow it down by now, but think again, think again. I thought that I was gone for good now. Praying I turned around and said, hey, hey, hey. You thought that I could slow it down by now, think again. Full speed ahead. I'm often ready for this moment. We'll cut through anything, raise the focus. You better take my calm as an omen, as an omen. Oh, do you see the smoke in the night skies? It's coming from the flares out of my eyes. I'm craving for the taste of a firefight in its high tide. Oh, I'll dive into the deep and alone without a lifeline. Then rise up from the dust and I rip hellfire down on Drowning in my hellfire. Chanel. Flip the script as they go. In control, listen close. There's a read between what you say and what you mean. It's obscene. You'll just ignore me when I warn you. Cut off your nose to spite your face. You can't help that you're a lame breed. Chaos reigns, make it fade. Show your veins, tuck your tail, run away with all that's good is spoiled. Try to bust the wheels, be real, it'll happen anyway. When your world is turning inside out, what do you think you're gonna do? Follow a dead-end road while I expose the truth. I'm no savage, you're just savage. I know that the truth's a lot to ask. I'm gonna rip off that mask. Monkey see, monkey do. Come on, monkey, break your mask, control the real you. Disruption, harder than corruption. Come on, monkey, break your mask and see the real you. When you're forced to adapt, don't thank me. You're the ones who escalate things.
Bravo! Now I just want to crush them. That's much harder.
This is not a game, say my name, it'll happen anyway. When your world is turning inside out, what do you think you're gonna do? Follow a dead-end road while I expose the truth. I'm no savage, you're just savage. I know that the truth's a lot to ask. I'm gonna rip off that mask. It's turning inside out. What do you think you're gonna do? Follow a dead-end road while I expose the truth. I'm no savage, you're just savage. I know that the truth's a lot to ask. I'm gonna rip off that mask.
Where to stay, yeah, yeah. Ready to play, yeah, yeah. Higher the stakes, but together we are so much stronger. Let's go, this what your power meant for. We go for hours, we'll be unstoppable. We're so unstoppable. When you fall down, get up, look around. Every opponent bows down. We gotta come up, time is now. When it gets harder, got you now. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. We're so unstoppable. We're so unstoppable.
When the ground shakes, we ain't afraid. We're pushing every obstacle out the way. You better get your head in the game. We run this town, no backing down. Here's when we say, whoa, nah, nah, nah. Can't stop us, nah, nah, nah. Say, we'll always be unstoppable. Oh, nah, nah, nah. Can't stop us, nah, nah, nah. Say, we'll always be unstoppable. La 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 la.
Where to stay, yeah, yeah. Ready to play, yeah, yeah. Higher the stakes, but together we are so much stronger. Your turn, stay by my side, don't get burned. Conquer for life, we'll be unstoppable. We'll be unstoppable. We can take a challenge, it's a chance. Find the balance, follow the plan. We got a challenge, stay down. We are the champions, look around. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. We're so unstoppable. We're so unstoppable.
When the ground shakes, we ain't afraid. We're pushing every obstacle out the way. You better get your head in
with all this is I've covered a lot of these cases recently. It's not just like fake butt doctors, it's also fake everything. Like a fake nurse I covered recently, Autumn Barista, who managed to treat 4,486 patients without even being a licensed nurse. She was also giving people Ozempic shots, birth control shots, and even handling prescriptions. And she eventually got caught, but not for messing up or a patient complaining. No, because the hospital tried to promote her. And when HR finally looked her up, they realized the license number that she was providing belonged to someone else. So now she's facing 7 counts of practicing without a license and 7 counts of ID fraud. Now in Florida, those are 70 years in prison if those charges stack. In reality, she's not getting that, but still, crazy charges. And of course, if hospitals aren't bad enough, you also have Emily Martinez, who's running a beauty bar offering discount veneers, but instead of, dental adhesive, police say she was using super glue. How are these people real? I can't believe this. So obviously, victims ended up with infections, broken teeth, and thousands of dollars in emergency dental bills. She's now facing felony charges for fraud, practicing without a license, and ID theft. But here's my take. The internet obviously made information way more accessible than ever, but easier access does not correlate to expertise, or a degree. And now, with AI becoming just as accessible as Google, it's even easier for people to feel like they can sort of expedite or cheat the process of learning a skill. Or in this case, dangerous medical procedures. But unfortunately for some people, hearing a person with enough confidence saying, oh, I've watched a TikTok video on how to do it and I've done it dozens of times, sounds almost as good as someone with an actual diploma, if the price is cheap enough. And that's definitely not a risk you should be taking. But again, this isn't even rare anymore. You have the guy in Queens injecting lidocaine in his apartment, a mother-daughter duo running surgery clinics out of motel rooms, LARPing nurses and veneer techs at a strip mall using Gorilla Glue. This honestly isn't even fraud anymore. It's a healthcare crisis because every time one of these scams slips through, real people pay with their health, their savings, and their lives. I think what's really tripping me up here is that most of these people weren't caught because of the system working. It wasn't really flagged by background checks or licensing boards. They were caught because someone got hurt or lost their life. The system failed. And it was unfortunately only then that people noticed. So yeah, fake butt surgeons, fake nurses, fake veneer techs, don't trust medical professionals who operate out of apartments or hotel rooms. Strip malls can be okay, but I'd be lying if I wasn't at least a little bit sketched out. So please stay safe, ask for credentials, and if your doctor is advertising $450 Botox parties on TikTok, run away. Don't do it. But hey, the other day,
I do. Do you remember the buffed DCS? I do too. Now, do you remember when they nerfed this weapon into the ground? No?
You can't keep getting away with it. You can't keep getting.
If cost this, the DCS is made out of depleted uranium to save cost, so now it weighs heavier than an autocannon. Howdy, partner! The Diligence Counter Sniper, AMR, and potentially other weapons like the Adjudicator have had their ergonomics worsened. I've already made a video about this stealth nerf 4 months ago, but there has been no change to the guns affected. 4 months is a long time. Here's a side-by-side comparison of the AMR, using a fix by Astros Eminus I'm showing on screen. I could jump into a game and have 2 of the same guns handling differently. How so? How could the same weapon handle differently without any modifications? To do this, you have to make your friend call down their AMR or find one that spawned on the map and use that instead of your own guns. If they already picked it up, you can ask them to drop it using X. You can't do the same with primary weapons though, since there's no way for your character to run around without a primary weapon, so ask your friend very nicely too. I'm just using this fix as an example to showcase the difference between the fixed and nerfed version, because I'm pretty sure they already patched this method. Right, now I'm gonna try yours, we'll try mine. Alright. And with my friend sniper, it's snappier. As you can see here, here's a side-by-side comparison of the DCS. Crappy handling, and then instantly not crappy handling, snappy handling.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
I know this may come across as niche or maybe hell-whining, like oh my god, the gun handles slightly worse, easily be fixed with a few number tweaks. Don't tell me changing the ergonomic stat of a gun, which is like just changing a few numbers around, can be harder than fixing whatever's going on with the latest update. I'm just a guy who likes aiming. I'm probably one of the 12 Helldiver that still uses the AMR on difficulty 10 bots. Honestly, I don't remember the last time seeing anyone using that gun. Nowadays, it's dominated with anti-tank support weapons. For a good reason. I want the guns in this game, it's dominated with anti-tank support weapons. For a good reason. I want the guns in this game to feel good to shoot. And right now, the AMR and DCS is atrociously bad to use without the right armor and modifications. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I'm super sensitive to weapon handling. That's why I rock the PH-56 Jaguar armor 99% of the time. All the time. Whoa, ho there, slow down, partner. What in the hell, divers, is handling / ergonomics? It's a stat on your gun that determines how fast a weapon follows your crosshair. It is separate from sway and spread, so don't get them mixed up. From now on, I'm calling it ergo to save time. Like calc is slang for calculator. I'm hip with the youth. A weapon with high ergonomics will be easy to handle. In-game, this means the ergo determines how fast a gun will be aligned with the crosshair or your mouse movement. Take for example, the heavy machine gun, currently the worst handling weapon in the game, with 0 ergonomics. Now take a good handling weapon, like the Deagle, wherever you point the crosshair, it instantly follows, because it has 100 ergo. It's basically instant. I'm not sure if this stat can go above 100, at which point the gun may be faster than your mouse movement. Now let's check the Diligence Counter Sniper's whoa, that's fucking dog shit. Now I have possible explanations as to why this unfortunate change happened, but first let's settle on the facts. Is this a stealth nerf? No, it's not a stealth nerf, and here's my support ticket as proof. It's a confirmed bug with no priority whatsoever. Probably not soon. Rest assured, Helldiver, it won't be fixed anytime soon. So it might as well be a stealth nerf, damn it. I don't want to get too ranty because I already made a video on how weird Arrowhead's priorities are, but Arrowhead will fix a bug that favors you first before fixing anything else, like the bouncing stratagem. I already made a video on that as well. So I'm not gonna break into a political rant at the Christmas dinner table again, but in gist, They would rather fix whatever the players are having fun with first, rather than leave well enough alone and fix the issues players find frustrating. Many such cases. What the f- No, what the f-
Wait, the software burns you?
Ah,
Even though it's
what?
not.
Catch on fire, you dip. Oh my god. This is so annoying. Speaking of stealth changes, real quick, you can't reload inside the FRV now. You have to reload outside it holding right click. There are many things not listed in the patch notes that leave the player base wondering, is this intended by the developers? Is this intentional or something the devs hope players won't notice? Now, let's focus on the DCS, the main topic of the video. If we open the customization menu, we see its ergonomic stat is sadly accurate. For comparison, it handles worse than the base Dominator, the Mommy Dummy semi-auto mini rocket launcher, the weapon that was notorious for its slow handling. Anyways, if we remove the muzzle and change the scope for it, we can get a whopping 35 ergonomics. That is the same ergonomic stat listed in the unofficial Helldivers 2 spreadsheet. My guess is they took the DCS's base stat, which is 35, and applied the attachments like scope and muzzle brake after. This explains why a relatively normal marksman rifle handles worse than a miniature rocket launcher. It's because of the attachments, the scope and the scope and the muzzle brake. And since I already made a video on the DCS and AMR before, 4 months ago, I titled the video that because, well, it is kind of hyperbolic. But I think it's true. It became true because they're not doing anything to fix it. This is, by definition, a stealth nerf. I think they're actually just hoping players won't notice after like, what, 4 months? And I don't think a lot of players pick the DCS. Like a lot of the bot games I play, they usually go for either a Raptor or like a plasma purifier. And of course, I thought it was just the classic Helldivers 2 update cycle where they add new content to the game, break something completely unrelated, they fix that bug while adding more bugs unrelated to the ones they're fixing, and the cycle continues like an Ouroboros. I'm disappointed, but man, the Warp Pack is so much fun. More content to come. Don't use the DCS and AMR without peak physique, unless you're insane, in which case, I'll see you in hell, divers.
nation with the border crossing the path to the wind goddess Gad. Is surrounded by high altitudes. However, in recent years, the Hasbin-Wilktoder system is a nation that values traditional family society and is also a religious nation with the border crossing the path to the wind goddess Gad. It is also an area that has been protected from the influence of geniuses due to the overprotection of Eligod, and for a long time, it has had little contact with the outside world due to the fact that it is surrounded by high altitudes. However, in recent years, due to the influence of the liberal grade outside, it has taken on the appearance of a truly advanced nation, with a traditional culture of animal husbandry and high speed mixed with modern infrastructure and railways. The people who govern such a lag are the Family Council and Manjuan. The Family Council is made up of three major families with a tradition of over 1,000 years, the Silgashi, Browntail, and Tailrosh families. The three families manage the land of the Great Land in three parts, so it is safe to say that the Silgashi, Browntail, and Tailrosh families. The three families manage the land of the Great Land in three parts, so it is safe to say that the heads of the three families hold the political power of the Great Land. El Rosig derives its strength from the rich soil at the foot of the Karen Mountains, and has a tradition of producing grain. It also has the greatest military power of the three families. The Browntail family has the Western Front as its main territory, and has traditionally made Ka its family business. It is also said to be the family most skilled in deceit and strategy. Silgashi is the third main territory, and also has jurisdiction over the air and sun. It is also said to be the family with the greatest external influence of the three families, as the only way to the outside world is through the Toriku in both territories. As an aside, the Metalays are a family that has been bureaucrats in the field of public documents and historical records for generations, and the third generation, in particular, has built a good relationship with Sigao. However, due to the influence of the Silgashi debt incident, the family that has left Gnosis has now moved to Victoria. If the council is a political leader, the Manon can be said to be a religious leader. The Manji members, who probably originated shortly after Eligod was born, regulate all sports and beliefs and preside over all rituals. The priestess Ko, who was born among them, has a great say in the industrial council as she represents Eligod's will. However, traditionally, the priestesses were merely figureheads, and their power was nominal. The Manji temple also functions as a mediator for the birth council, but it is the great elder who actually participates in the birth council, and the priestesses rarely speak directly. However, after the Snow Mountain arc, which will be explained later, various factors lead to the beauty becoming the leader of tomorrow's Raku. So who is Gan? Without fear of misunderstanding, her true identity is Manji, the chief priestess. She is also the operator Ella. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that the true identity of the eldest Ella is a lad. She was born in Karen several thousand years ago, and it is said that she mingled with the indigenous people who lived there and tried to guide them, governing the land for 300 years before suddenly disappearing one day. According to what they say, she then changed her appearance and watched over the people as a normal human being, maintaining a noble posture. In this way, she was with the nobles for several thousand years, and it is possible to say that she was living there. This fact is known to the distant country of Trodos, and she herself does not try to hide the fact that she is living there. However, she makes an exception to the people of Iela, using a kind of perception-altering ability to hide the fact that she is a special being. It is said that in the past she used this power to protect people from a disaster known as the Black Rain that occurred in Raku. This Black Rain is thought to be similar to the Black Rain that occurred in Sami, but as of now it is only mentioned briefly in the module text and in the Yara region, so it is still unknown when it occurred or if it is related to demons. Furthermore, the major characteristic of Era's sensitivity is its appearance, and there are no actual regulations or rules for the population. In fact, even when cable cars and rocket launch roads were installed in the Karen, which is a part of her body, she herself did not seem to care at all. Currently, she has taken a stance of completely directing the priestess, and is also active in liberal foreign policies and technological development. This is because she believes that the reason why the society of Raku has stagnated for the past few hundred years is because the faith in her was a hindrance. Therefore, when Era is currently finding a way of life that does not rely solely on Gad, she tells him that if he were to be able to walk again, his mother would only be happy, and that there is no way that would happen. So far, we have explained about the traditional nobility. However, the nobility has made remarkable progress in recent years, and when discussing this, we cannot leave out the event story and the content of the railway that was built. From here on, we will unravel the story from the perspective of the country of Raku, while also taking into account the official information and the official content, and trace the nobility's journey over the past few years. The beginning of the nobility was when Ncod's father, Olafor, studied abroad in Victoria. Influenced by the books and items his father brought back from various countries, Olafor decided to study in Victoria. During his stay, he also met Elizabeth, the mother of Ncod's and Ncod's. It is not known whether this had anything to do with the fact that Elizabeth was the daughter of the Castor family, but Olafor also established connections with the nobility and laid the foundation for the relationship between Silgursky and the Victorian nobility that continues to this day. After that, he returned to Ella with Elizabeth and promoted liberal diplomacy, actively accepting technology such as building the railway in Ella. However, there were many who did not approve of such reforms, and not only the Tailrosh Browntails but also the entire country was against the idea of democracy. In the midst of all this, an incident occurred in which Olafor and Elizabeth were killed in a train accident. When Browntail attributed this incident to the bulge of Edelise, having lost his position in the country, decided to move to Victoria, and at this time he parted ways with Gnosis. Having lost his parents, Ncodus was still only a little over 10 years old at the time, and 2 was too much for him, so he dropped out of the Three-House Council. When Encia and Aya came of age, Ncodus put into action his long-planned study abroad in Victoria to gain knowledge and power, and spent 4 years in Victoria with Gnosis. After that, he reported to the throne, took custody of the Black Knight from the Merchant Association, and while searching for a business partner, he promoted industrialists in both regions and established Karen trading 2 years after his return. After that, with the cooperation of Tatis, Silgashi returned to the Three-House Council, persuaded the Great Intestine, and pushed for a more liberal lifestyle. On this occasion, he also offered his younger sister, En, as a candidate for a priestess as a gesture of his utmost sincerity, but this was the beginning of the current feud between the two. Thus, Karen trading, which had become the main contact point for the Great Power, mainly traded with former patrons for mining rights in Karen, and revived the stagnant industrial industry. He further expanded the railway line that his father Olafor had built, and by extending the lines to various locations, he made large-scale transportation of goods possible, and by causing job losses through the construction of factories, he gained the support of the people. The people's lives became richer with the technology and capital that flowed in, but the Browntail and Tailrosh families were not happy about Karen trading monopolizing the profits. Thus, a serious conflict arose between the Silgarish family and the other families, and the story continues with the industrial meeting of the Keisetsu family robbers. The incidents in the Keisetsu family storyline would later be called the Snow Mountain Next Arc, and the northern end of the Snow Mountain Next Arc was when a joint force from Browntail and Tailrosh attempted to investigate a factory in Silgarish. However, just as the investigation team approached the factory, Gnosis led the attack and attempted to disrupt the investigation. CODs dismissed Gnosis from Karen trading as a way of holding him responsible for the incident, but the two families also demanded that he hand over the Silgar Ash territory of Tanjitsu Air and withdraw from the three-way conference. The conference was thus convened, but of course, there was no way that the Browntails would simply accept the demands. CODs proposed that the jurisdiction between Tanjitsu and Kaku be handed over to Manji rather than to the two families. At this point, Atados was aware that there was something ulterior motive to the proposal, but with Actos's approval, there was no longer any room for objection, and the three families unanimously agreed to hand it over to Manji. And preparations for this handover began to build up towards the day when it was to take place. It is important to note here that Gnosis and CODs had been working towards the same goal from the beginning. By creating a false scenario in which the two of them would come and go, Gnosis gained the trust of the Browntail family and was able to carry out the infiltration. The plan was not shared between the two, so it can be said that it was a plan that could only be carried out because they had absolute trust in each other. First, he used the names of his subordinates to mobilize the factory workers in Silgar to attack Dr. Tokilrosh's guards. After that, he himself took Ritatos to the secret transportation route of the Karen trade, and at that moment blew up the route, making the Browntail family accomplices. Now, during the New Year's Day ceremony, when everyone knew about the conflict between the Silgershit family, an incident occurred in which the inflammation disc was attacked. It was Gnosis who confronted the name, but since the name, who was nominally a subordinate of Sky's, was captured, Browntail was accused of the assassination of the inflammation disc. Furthermore, the situation did not end there, and Pale Roche Knobles, who was exposed to the truth by Gnosis, poisoned the Grand Elder, resulting in the Grand Elder's death. Actos, who had given the Grand Elder the reverse moon, was suspected of being the perpetrator. Thus, the Browntail and Tailrosh families were each punished for plotting to assassinate the inflammatory colon, and the loss of authority of both families was no longer possible. Thus, Endes, who had pursued both families as cowardly traitors, was hailed as a hero by the people, and the procedures for the examination were also put on hold. Thus, it seemed that the situation would end with the inflammatory colon being defeated, but then the doctor intervened. He rescued the two families who were about to be captured in the Great Heavenly Field. He led the two families in a traditional maneuver and rescued N, who was in a state of paralysis. Thus, N, who had become free, performed a miracle that allowed him to walk in the sky, demonstrating to the great world the transition to the great leader of Elegod. Thus, N, and rescued N, who was in a state of paralysis. Thus, N, who had become free, performed a miracle that allowed him to walk in the sky, demonstrating to the great world the transition to the great leader of Elegod. Thus, the result was a draw, and the position of the great leader did not lean towards either N or Tailrosh. However, since Actos took responsibility for Rock's position, and Browntail continued to follow the Silgersky family under certain conditions, it can be said that Ensu's position became more stable. From here, the story continues 3 years later on the Silver God Railway. Construction had been underway as a symbol of the great outdoors since the immediate aftermath of the Snow Mountain disaster. The story of the Silver God Railway focuses on the conflict between Victoria and the Alad statue. The Custer family's estate had long received support from Custer, but upon the completion of the statue, Engineer Custer, judging that Alad was plotting something, ordered Grey Silk Hat, the Grey Gabon investigator, to investigate. Although Grey Silk Hat's investigation reached the farthest reaches of the south, he discovered that the completion date was imminent. This was the fact that all of the railway lines within the country were on prohibited routes. With this suspicion in mind, Grey Silk Hat investigated the transported materials and discovered that a large amount of metal disguised as alcohol was being imported into the country. Convinced that some kind of weapons were being manufactured in the Silver God Vault using the materials brought in under the pretext of the Alad statue construction, Grey Silk Hat worked with the investigators to help with the attack on the day of the completion. The trial had no choice but to take action since they were under orders from Duke Custer, and on the day of the ceremony, they led 2,000 soldiers to attempt to destroy and investigate the statue. As the losing side, if they were to confront Victoria's regular army, relations would deteriorate and in the worst case, it could lead to a state war, But here the Black Knight Brahia stepped forward. She proposed that if she liked him personally, she would keep Tisar, and set out to stall the Victorian army. While the Black Knight was buying time, Mob from the Kajimi British Head Merchant Association and Mirdis from Rhine, who had been invited by editor Otis, arrived on the scene. Mob declared that he would become a partner of the Kajimi soldiers from now on, and the situation was resolved as the trial ended with the Kajimi soldiers being unable to intervene. So, what exactly was the plan that Iere and editor Otis wanted to hide? In fact, Grey Silk Hat's guess was very close to the truth, and just before the story's end, Gnosis was looking at the silver-boned, fast battleship that was nearing completion. This fast battleship is the first project that NCODs will embark on as a trial nation, and it can be said to symbolize the steps that NCODs will take. As Gnosis said, it is inferred that NCIDI's goal going forward is to build a fast battleship and equip the independent nation of Teriel with military power within the time given to them by the balance between other nations and the past of Yelagon. This is a plan that NCODs and Gnosis are planning to pursue, and we can learn more about its history from the beginning of Gnosis's story. The content of the plan was that NCODs and Gnosis, after the kidnapping incident, vowed to develop NCODs into a stronger country than anywhere else in order to protect NCODs, which would otherwise become a civilized nation of Victoria. NCIDI's actions up until now, such as training industrialists and the Silgarthi Grand Injector, developing trade routes for railway lines, and building fast battleships, were all for the sake of this goal. And so we followed NCIDI's journey in recent years. Although the first high-speed battleship was built, each of the great princes of electricity has at least 10 or more high-speed battleships, and it seems that the road to the test parliament is still long. In the future, it is expected that the story will merge with the story of the next life, which has reached its peak with its individuality, and that the development of the country as a technological superpower will be depicted. As a result, we will be able to see the figure of Gnosis, who has become the leader of the world, from all over the country. Since it has become a standard in the Blood of the Escape series to depict the future of world warfare, the establishment of a true great parliament, not an industrial conference, may not be so far in the future. See you next time. Doctor.
Kazimierz Knight, codename Blemishine. I've heard all about you from my sister, Doctor. You can just call me Maria if you want. Doctor, to be honest, I'm a much better craftsman than I am a knight. So, Doctor, can you please take me to see Vulcan's and Closure's workshops? Proszę.
My little Maria. She just runs away to the engineering department anytime she's free. Doctor, can I borrow you? I just want you to help me carry some things. What things, you ask? Cóż, all sorts of random things I buy when the mood strikes me. You all know your job? All right.
Kazimierz Knight. Codename Blemishine. I've heard all about you from my sister, Doctor. You can just call me Maria if you want. Doctor, to be honest, I'm a much better craftsman than I am a knight. So, Doctor, can you please take me to see Vulcan's and Closure's workshops? Proszę.
My little Maria. She just runs away to the engineering department anytime she's free. Doctor, can I borrow you? I just want you to help me carry some things. What things, you ask? Cóż, all sorts of random things I buy when the mood strikes me.
You all know your job?
All right.
Kazimierz Knight. Codename Blemishine. I've heard all about you from my sister, Doctor. You can just call me Maria if you want. Doctor, to be honest, I'm a much better craftsman than I am a knight. So, Doctor, can you please take me to see Vulcan's and Closure's workshops?
Proszę. My little Maria. She just runs away to the engineering department anytime she's free. Doctor, can I borrow you?
Wow, this is like the week of... Wow, this...
Knight's best, worst operator. What are we talking about here? We're talking about Wishadel? I don't know. The only thing I can think of there is Wishadel because they're so good that they're bad kind of thing, because it's like if you use them, especially off the bat as well, it's kind of like, I guess you're not experiencing the game. I've got no idea what we're talking about here, but let's have a look what Knight's best, worst operator is then from Small Fee. I almost read that as Small PB. Let's drop a preemptive like, shall we? And let's get into the video then, man.
Arknights is, in many ways, an unconventional gacha game. In most other gacha games...
It's the other way around, it's not so bad that it's good. Ah, okay, okay.
It's simple. Kill every enemy and do it fast. If you stall for too long, the game punishes you. Your rewards shrink, your score drops. Think of Honkai Star Rail's round limits, or the...
Oh look, let me just rewind. I just gotta rewind there. I wasn't taking that in.
In many ways, an unconventional gacha game.
Okay.
In most other gacha games, the formula is simple. Kill every enemy and do it fast. If you stall for too long...
I had to stop that there, because when he said if you stall for too long, the game like punishes, I was like, that's not really Arknight, so is it really? He's okay, alright, he's making sure that we get that. He's not actually specifying Arknight there. I was like, okay, wait a minute. Wires crossed. Alright, let's go.
The game punishes you. Your rewards shrink, your score drops. Think of Honkai Star Rail's round.
We all know the real endgame is the timer, right?
The message is clear. In those games, damage and speed are the ultimate metrics of success. Every character is judged by this standard. Even those who don't deal damage directly exist only to serve it, buffing, shielding, or healing the main carry. After all, what good is an invincible tank or a powerful healer if you can't clear the stage before the clock runs out? Arknights, however, shifts this formula. Yes, you must defeat enemies, but that is not your true objective. The real task is simpler, yet far more flexible. Prevent them from reaching your blue boxes. That's why the genre is called tower defense, not tower offense. Killing enemies quickly is often the most straightforward solution.
You said the thing?
But it is not the only one.
What state was he from?
Survival is an art. Through crowd control.
No, just gotta say we made this guy our bitch. You know, he's still a badass, but yeah, just saying.
players discover entire layers of strategy beyond raw damage.
What the fuck is that?
Resource systems like SP, DP, deployment limits, and redeployment timers transform every choice into a brushstroke. At the highest levels of play, mastering the art of stalling and crowd control is essential.
Yeah,
For new players coming.
Stalling is such an incredibly powerful strat in this game, right? Now, you don't have to go down the stalling route, right? But especially somebody like me, who's like running E1, it's incredibly useful. But it's all, you know, obviously as well, it can be quite hard as well with an account like mine, because not everybody is capable of, you know, doing the stalling. You end up having to use a few extra slots to make sure you can stall. Then you lose out on a bit of DPS. Sometimes I love that, you know, just figuring out, right, okay, I know what I've got to do now, just trying to get the balance of your team right to work out enough stalling defense against your offense and your DPS and all that sort of stuff, rather than just be like, right, I need more damage, let me get a buffer, buff the DPS, right, we beat the time limit, you know?
From
So
other
refreshing.
titles, this shift can be jarring. The game asks you to unlearn old instincts and embrace a new philosophy. Yet, this very depth comes at a cost. If raw damage is no longer the sole measure of value, then how do we evaluate characters at all? Is a stout defender more valuable than one who can teleport enemies? Should burst damage take precedence over sturdier protection? And how do we even begin to judge pushers and pullers who live outside the framework of numbers compared?
Well, it depends if you've got a pine cone. I mean, I'd say you judge your pusher, really. If pine cone's there, you might be on something.
Returns altogether. The answer shifts from stage to stage, from challenge to challenge, which makes sweeping blanket statements about an operator's true worth difficult, if not impossible. When numbers alone cannot provide clarity, we cross into the realm of interpretation. And once you move beyond the quantitative into the realm of qualitative judgment, things get murky. Some characters rise higher than they deserve. Others are cast aside, misunderstood, and
I think it can be quantitative sometimes, though, because it's like, I suppose, again, though, all the power is in the hand of the player, right? You know, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Again, guys in the game, that's what I love about it, right? It's not just, obviously there's optimal, right? There's always optimal. You give the best person the best kit, they're going to do everything optimal, right? Or it's just the variety, man, you know?
underestimated.
One man's trash is another man's treasure, and I think that
When
fits
you
in
first
Arknights,
step
doesn't it?
into Arknights, the game
Nothing
will
beat the
take
short
no
point
time
combo,
to
right?
teach you a lesson. Defending your blue boxes, holding enemies at bay, these aren't just for
Rocks.
show. They are the foundation of every
Oh, bro's
strategy
leaking.
worth its salt. So you learn to guard your blue boxes with layer upon layer of operators. And you start to convince yourself that sheer fortification is the key to victory. For a while,
Yeah, early on it does, right? Numbers, lots of numbers behind, and we're good to go, right? It's like when I first started to learn that, oh, wait a minute, that's not always the best way to do things, right? And again, like we've seen some clears of some people doing some stages after I've completed a stage, right? And you've seen people play it in such a way, you're like, damn, man, you know, once you start to learn a character, how you can really like ease up on those numbers and the bottlenecks, because you know you can rely on the character doing the job, kind of thing.
it works. The strategies feel airtight, even brilliant. And just as you begin to think you've cracked the code, the game throws at you its first
Spreads your cheeks.
Stage 1-8. Its name is Crown Slayer. Crown Slayer ignores your blockers. With a single dash, she slips past your carefully laid defenses, and in an instant, everything you built collapses.
Yeah,
You
remember that
soon
first TP, I was
realize
like, what
you've
the
made
fuck?
two mistakes. First, you didn't bother to read her mechanics. Second, you believed
Okay, I'm feeling attacked.
you had already solved the game, when in truth, it had barely begun. This is what makes Crown Slayer remarkable. From the very start, she exists to overturn your assumptions about Arknights, about operators, about strategy itself. Stage 1-8 offers a lifeline, a stun generator that halts air movement just long enough to take her down. But more than that, the stage offers a revelation. It opens your mind to the broader strategic canvas Arknights is painted on. The moment you grasp it, the game unfolds into something entirely new. Fast forward to November.
Very first time I saw that, I was like, I think that was when I started to realise that Arknights is different in that regard. Because I can't remember who shared it. It was like, check out like this push-pull stuff. And I saw that and I was like, oh, okay. Yo, with these games, there's a little bit of something here, right?
The first 2024. After more than 5 years as a villain, Crown Slayer finally steps into your roster as a 6-star operator. Hyperglyph places her in the Executor branch, home to giants like Texas Diumertosa and Kirin Yato. Fans rejoice, streams erupt in cheers. But then her kit was revealed. Crown Slayer was not the destructive storm many hoped for. Instead, she emerged as a support-oriented executor, more akin to Kafka than Yato. And even that utility felt uncertain. Her first skill, a carbon copy of Project Red's. Her second, a niche tool that reduces enemy hit rate paired with a trickle of chip damage. And her third, it brings a cycling stun that, while unique, comes with awkward restrictions and timing. The verdict came swiftly.
One thing about that though, it fucking looks cool, man. You know, it looks cool, man.
And without mercy. Crown Slayer was perhaps the weakest 6-star operator in the game.
These lenses, it is fair to say Carnelian is better than Crown Slayer.
Of course, Arknights is no stranger to underwhelming welfare units.
Hey, Kathy!
Vigil, Lessing, their fans know this story all too well. But every off-meta operator finds their champions, and Crown Slayer was no exception.
It does look
Her
fucking
defenders
epic though, right? The
argued for her
animation.
value, the defensive reliability of her second skill, the near-constant stun potential of her third when enemy numbers were small, the
looking like a Dragon Ball Z
flexibility her
character,
team
man.
offered in a 12-slot team. To them, she was more than just another failed boss killer. She was a unique tool waiting for the right hands. Yet, despite their efforts, Crown Slayer rarely appeared outside of meme runs and parody videos. Her presence in serious content was all but absent, at least until May 1st, 2025.
Okay. She does get memed on, right? I've never used Crown Slayer.
On Arknight's 6th anniversary, Crown Slayer received her Y module. It was clearly crafted with her third skill in mind. Among other tweaks, it extended her stun duration from 4 seconds to 6.
I really like that in Arknights as well, you know, with the modules. And they can really turn a character that might be either really niche or just potentially, because at the end of the day, developers are humans, right? They make mistakes. And maybe they design a character in such a way, but the game moves on from. From the character, or the character just kind of was a bit of a misstep. Now, I'm not exactly saying that with Crown Slayer, right? I'm not specifically talking about Crown Slayer. I'm just talking about characters in general. Like, the modules can really come in and turn a good character to great, a bad character to good. You know what I mean? A great character to amazing. it is a really cool thing, like, you know, and it's good to see that they actually do bring modules in with that in mind sometimes.
With this change, Crown Slayer could now maintain an 18-second group stun, so long as no more than 3 enemies stood within a range. Of course, not every enemy in Arknights can be stunned, but even so, 18 seconds of group control is a rare and powerful tool.
Yeah.
And because Skill 3 makes Crown Slayer both invisible and a zero block unit, she becomes almost untouchable while using it. At last, Hyperglyph had armed her.
How many units can she do that to in that area?
With something for.
Well, they literally do nothing, Rip Angelina. They learn their lesson of not making welfare operators too broken like Gladio. Fancy Crown Slayer debut in CCB at number 4 was a big thing. It was thanks to a bug. Beyblade's what right, you see that? Any ground unit. Okay.
Beatable. Not the raw,
There's no limits.
damage-oriented weapon her fans dreamed of, but something more subtle and perhaps more fitting. After 6 long months of being written off as so over, Crown Slayer was
Up to a max of 3, so she can only do 3. She can only stun 3 then, yeah?
back.
Dogwater.
Still, the real miracle would not happen until August of 2025, during the 4th Contingency Contract Battle Plan event. For those unfamiliar, Contingency Contract represents the pinnacle of difficulty in Arknights, rivaled only by the harshest integrated strategies runs. High risk clears.
Yeah, beyond 3 at a time, she's become bad and she can't play on the sun
refined
anymore.
down to
Right,
the
okay.
smallest
Okay.
detail,
Nice one.
meticulous execution, and often the full might of whale accounts. In this environment, there is no space for indulgence. Every slot matters. On August 18th, a group of 11 expert doctors uploaded a video to Bilibili showcasing the highest possible clear at the time, 830 points. Among their roster stood Crown Slayer. Her role was modest but indispensable. The traffic tower production model's enemies were not immune to stuns. With no risk tags altering that fact, Crown Slayer was able to suppress them together with Tragodia's nervous impairment effect. Her contribution may have been subtle, but it was vital, and in the crucible of Contingency Contract, that is the highest praise a support unit can earn. Just 4 days later, on August 22nd, another team of 9 doctors achieved what many thought impossible. A max risk clear worth 880 points. And once again, Crown Slayer remained. Her presence was no accident, no stroke of luck. She was chosen. Though the video was heavily edited, her hand in crowd control, alongside Tragodia and Shu, could still be glimpsed. Then, on August 25th, history repeated itself. A 6-person team secured yet another max risk clear of CCB4, again with Crown Slayer in tow, again trusted for her stunts. As the saying goes, once may be a coincidence, twice a clue, but 3 times, that is proof. In the meantime, the first team did eventually optimize a route of their roster for their map.
Proof that 6 players can use, yeah?
Safe clear, but so too was Ines, and their absence does not erase their previous accomplishments. Against all odds, the operator, once dismissed as the worst in the game, carved out a place in Arknight's hardest challenge and played a decisive role in overcoming it. It reads almost like a perfectly written arc.
I'm just gonna say though, I've already said it, the animation on that skill is really, really cool though. I'm a big fan. It looks so dope.
For Crown Slayer supporters, it was vindication. For head detractors, a humbling lesson. Hyperglyph, in turn, proved
The
the
detractors.
exactly what she needed, granting her the one module that
Came back like
finally
DSP.
did her justice. Yet, this is more than just Crown Slayer's story. It is also a reflection of Arknights itself. In a gacha landscape increasingly dominated by ever stronger units who promise to do everything on their own, leaving little room for the niche or unconventional, Arknights continues to value creativity and knowledge over raw numbers. Success here still belongs for...
Again, though, that just comes down to the core gameplay design, though, right? You know? Core gameplay design allows, like, for that creativity in character design. And not even just that, like the creativity of the player base, right? Again, I haven't played every gacha game. You know, if you compare it to like the Big Four or whatever, you know? There's just not...
ก็เดินไปเดินมาแถวนี้เห็นอยู่มันก็เดินไปเดินมาเหมือนเดิมแหละแต่ก่อนมันก็ไม่เดินไปเดินมาแถวนี้แหละ
แล้วแมวไอ้ตัวที่พิการอยู่ไหนเขาบอก
ฮะ
ไปแล้วเหรอ
ตัวไหน
ตัวแมวดำอ่ะ
ใช่นั่นแหละที่บอกว่าหายไปก็ไม่รู้
ฮะหายไปเหรอใครอุ้มแมวไว้ป่ะเขาคงไปรักษาแล้วตัวรวยนะเนาะ
ทำไมก็โดนจับไปเด็ก
ใครไปเด็กอ่ะ
ไม่รู้คนแถวนี้คนเหนือด้วย
แมวเวรกรรมนี่ไงจะเด็กแล้วนะเดี๋ยวต้องไปถามแม่ค้าไก่ดีกว่า3 โมงแล้วถ้าเกิดป้าใส่น้ำไปไว้นิวจะให้ป้าใส่อาหารเม็ดไหม
อะไร
เมลข้างล่างอ่ะ
ทำไม
ใส่อาหารเม็ดไหม
มีเหรอ
ใส่แต่ใส่หน่อยเดียวใช่ไหมไก่เห็นมาท่าข้างร้านเลยเมื่อเช้าเนี่ยไก่บานแบ๊ะเลยในจานเนี่ยยังไม่มีใครกินเลยไปไหนก็ไม่ใช่ลูกแมวแมวพวกที่พวกไปไหนหน่วยเล็ก được không được rồi làm tốt ngay luôn. Gì thấy vườn thấy đang cái chỗ gì kìa. Cái số sẵn sàng không. Mười được tháng nữa tháng tiền tháng rồi bốn rồi
เงินก็ไม่ได้
ใช้ดีเงิน
อันนี้เงินก็ไม่ใช่
ทำไมอ่ะ
เพราะว่างานพวกวาดรูปพวกเนี้ยมันต้องสร้างกระแสเพื่อให้คนมาจ้างเรา มันต้องสร้างผลงาน บางครั้งก็ไม่ได้เงิน งานนี้ไม่ได้เงินเขาเรียกว่าสร้าง
เหรออ๋อง
านอาร์ติสต์เกินครึ่งหนึ่งไม่ได้เงิน
เหรอก็สวยดีเนี่ยเหมือน
เนี่ยงาน
เหมือน
งานอย่างเยอะมาก
เหมือนการ์ตูนเลยว่ะเหมือนในการ์ตูนเลยอ่ะไม่เหมือนกันเลยนะนิ้วเข้าใจว่านะนิ้วฮะ ว้าว ลุง
ต้องไปซื้อยาแนวมาเพิ่ม ไม่พอ ไม่รู้200มั้งถ้าเป็นถังโลนึงทำห้องน้ำใหม่ มาสั่งออนไลน์มาดีกว่ามั้ง
ให้เช่าเลย
อะไร
คนเนี่ย
อะไร
พ่อให้เช่าเลย
ใคร
พ่อเขาจะบอกให้เช่าอีกเลย
ใครข้างบนเนี่ยนะ ใครเช่าไง
ไม่รู้เดี๋ยวเขามาเลยจะไปซักไม่รู้เขาจะเอาไปให้ไปเช่าเปียวเหรอเก็บตังค์อ่ะเขาจะเอาตังค์อ่ะ
จะเอาไปจากไหน ใครมันอยากขึ้นมาชั้น4
ไม่แน่เขาอาจจะมีวิธีของเขาใครจะรู้
มันไม่มีใครอยากขึ้นมาหรอกชั้น4สูงขนาดนี้
ไอ้ปูบอกให้นิวอ่ะทำห้องแล้วก็ให้เขาเช่าแล้วนิวก็เก็บตังค์เอง
ไม่เป็นไร
ไอ้ปูเราขอคิดให้นะอย่างนี้ก็ดีเหมือนกันนะ
ไม่เป็นไร
ไม่ได้ไงมีได้ไงคนเช่าเดี๋ยวพ่อบอกว่าไม่พ่อเก็บ
ไม่เป็นไร
โอ้เขียน
ไม่ได้อยากได้เงินขนาดนั้น
เขียนยังไม่ทันเลยเรียนเนาะทำก็ได้หลงขออีเหมียวน้อยกูก็หายไปไหนวะนี่ไม่มีตังค์นะจะบอกให้หาให้แล้วนะไม่อะมีอะไรติดค้างเลยนะเนี่ยอุ้ยมันมีกระดาษเลยนะเนี่ยเร็วกระดาษใช้ไม่ได้ทิ้งไม่รู้จะทำยังไงไอ้ลายก็ปุ๊บมันเดินไปไหนแล้วไม่เห็นมันไอ้ลายก็ไม่มี
เห็นมันอยู่เมื่อวาน
ถามคนที่ทำประกาวันบอกไม่เห็นหลายวันแล้วป่ะ
ใครเขา
แม่บ้านประกาวันน่ะ
ใครไม่ว่าประกาวัน
มีคนนี้ไม่รู้จักว่ามี2 คนอ่ะป้าถามเห็นอะไรไหมป้า
ไอ้ลาย
ไอ้ลายเสือ
ไอ้ใหญ่ๆอะนะ
อืม
ก็เห็นอยู่อ่ะเมื่อวานก็เจออยู่
ก็บอกเขาไม่เห็น2-3 วันแล้ว
ก็เห็นอยู่ทุกวันเลย
แล้วมันไปไหนอ่ะก็ไม่รู้เหมือน
อยู่เนี่ย
กันอ่ะ
ไปอยู่ร้านป้า ร้านขายไก่ป้า
เหรอ
เออ
มึงว่าแม่บ้านประกาวันบอกไม่เห็น2-3 วันแล้วป้าไม่รู้หายไปไหนเนี่ย
อยู่เนี่ย
เหรอ
ร้านไก่ป้าไปดูนี่นั่งจุกปุกอยู่ นั่งเป็นช่างเฝ้าเลย
เหรอจะ
เป็นพระเลย
โถไปไม่โหดได้ลายกูอะไรได้แบ่งจะเกิดเป็นที่นี่นี่นิ้วกระดาษนี่ไม่เอาแล้วมั้งเนี่ยเก็บไว้ให้นิ้วดูก่อนนะ
อะไร
กระดาษเก็บไว้ให้ดูก่อนเป็นอะไรจะทิ้งไปล้างน้ำก่อนจะไปดูข้างล้างน้ำก่อนซักผ้าดีกว่า น้องหนูน้องที่น้องนี้ก็
อย่างนั้นอยู่แล้ว
หนูอ่ะ
อย่างนั้นแหละมันอะทุกวันก็มานอนด้วยทุกวันนะอืม
แต่ไอ้เจ
เจถ้าเกิดเอาอุ้มมันขึ้นมันก็นอนด้วย แต่ว่าผมไม่ค่อยอยากอุ้มมันเท่าไหร่ช่วงนี้เท้ามันเหม็นเท้ามันเล็บหลุดอ่ะเห็นไหม
หนู
เล็บไม่มีอ่ะ
หนูมันนอนตีน
เห็นเล็บมันยัง
ไม่เห็นแล้วหนูนอนตีนชี้มันนอนรับไปแล้วหนู
ดูเล็บมันดิเล็บมันไม่มีอ่ะ
ปล่อยมันนอน
เล็บมันร่วงอะไม่รู้เป็นโรคอะไร
ไม่อะเดี๋ยวขึ้นอีกแมว
ติดเชื้ออะไรป่ะ
มันไม่ติดแล้วเดี๋ยวมันขึ้นอีก
ฮะ
เล็บมันหลุดอะแต่มันขึ้นอีกแมวอะ
รู้จักเหรอ
เออ
เคยเห็นนะแบบหายไปทั้งเล็บไปนะ
ใช่ที่บ้านยังขึ้นเลย
ใช่มันขึ้นใช่แต่ว่ามันหายไปไงมันเลยเหม็นอ่ะเท้ามันเหม็นตอนเนี้ยมันเหม็นเพราะว่าเลือดมันออกอ่ะ
อ๋อ
เลือดมันเพราะเล็บมันหลุดอ่ะ
ใช่ไหมล่ะ
ไม่เลือดมันหลุด
มันเลียของมันเลียเท้า เลียจนแห้งจนเป็นแผลจนบวมแดงอะไรอย่างเงี้ย ที่บ้านก็เป็นเล็บหลุดอ่ะเดี๋ยวมันก็ขึ้นอย่างนี้
ไม่ได้กลัวเรื่องคือมันเหม็นเลยไม่เอามันขึ้นเฉยๆแค่บอกเฉย
ก็รู้แล้ว
ๆมันเหม็น
ไม่น่าตกใจเพราะ
มันเหม็น
เล็บหลุดมันไม่มีติดเชื้อหรอกแมว
แต่มันเหม็นอ่ะ
มันก็เหม็นทุกตัวมันเลียน้ำลายมันเหม็นอ่ะ
ไม่ใช่เรื่องน้ำลายหมายถึงว่ามันเหม็นเพราะว่ามัน
เหม็นเท้า
เหม็นเท้ามันเลือดออกอะตอนมันออกอะ
ไอ้เจ
ปกติเลือดมันออกใช่ไหมเวลามันเล็บมันหลุดอะ
เล็บมันรุดตกมันแดงๆซึบๆมันซึมนะ เลือดมันซึมๆนะนิว
แล้วมันก็
เลือดมันซึม
แล้วก็เหม็นด้วยก็เลยไม่อยากเอาขึ้นเท่าไหร่
แล้ว
เปื้อน
มันก็เลียจนแห้ง
ใช่มันเปื้อนมันก็เลยไม่อยากเอาขึ้นมันเปื้อน
เท้ามันเดี๋ยวก็หายเดี๋ยวที่บ้านก็เป็น
มันเปื้อน
รู้แล้วปล่อยมันก่อนตอนเนี้ยอย่าไปเอาน้ำราดมันนะมันแสบมัน
เอาลาดไปแล้ว
อย่าไปราดมันใช้กระดาษทิชชู่
เห็นมันเหม็นก็เลยจับอาบน้ำไปรอบแล้ว
ไม่ใช้กระดาษทิชชู่
ตอนแรกไม่รู้ไงว่ามันเป็นแผลมันตรงมือมันมีอย่างนั้น
มันนั่นมันแสบมันนิ้วอย่าไปเอา
จับไปแล้วทำไปแล้ว
ข้างหลังอย่าไปทำมันอีกนะ
ทำอีก
ไม่ต้องแล้วมันแสบมันอย่าไปทำมันที่บ้านยังไม่เอาเลยมันแสบนะแสบเท้า
ทำอีก
เลยมันแสบมันไป
ทำอีก
เอาไหนชูซับมันนะคะมันไม่บอกเราไม่ได้แล้วมันแสบ
มันร้องกรี๊ดกราร์ดเลยแหละ
มันบอกเราไม่ได้แล้ว
มันก็บอกอยู่นะ
มันแสบนิ้วไปทำ
มันก็บอกอยู่นะ มันก็กรี๊ดกราร์ดแวว
มันแสบมันข้างหลังเดี๋ยวไปอาบมันนะ
โดนอีก
เอากระดาษทิชชู่เช็ดมันแสบ
ดีปกติทำแสบตัวแสบโดนเข้าไปอีก
a secret magic melody that only we can sing. And outside when it's dark and rains like a flashlight guide you home again. Lock our castle, toss the key where we are queen and king. I'll be your guardian angel. I'll keep you safe from danger. I've walked the path you're on. No, you're not alone. I'll be the map that leads you to find the sanctuary inside. Place where you gentle, safe, and whole. I'll pick up your broken pieces and rewrite all the pages. It's dark outside. I'll light the fire and help you find the sanctuary inside. The sanctuary inside. The sanctuary inside.
When you hear the clock tick, time moving backwards, cherished memories we hold, cradling the past, last time we're together, moments between move too fast, smiling through the years, tears, this is my brave face, loneliness, don't you come around, I won't push away, stay, let us to tombstones, it doesn't have to be this way. I've made up my mind, I'm choosing happiness. And I guess it doesn't mean things have changed when you're changing, world rearranging, I still feel the same. And I guess it doesn't mean things have changed when you're breaking, feel more than taking, happiness explained. It doesn't mean things have changed. It doesn't mean things have changed. It doesn't mean things have changed. And I guess it doesn't mean things have changed when you're changing, world rearranging, I still feel the same. Oh, it's been my life, strife, sadness, and heartache. I can still choose to smile, even when the world says you're moving backwards. I'll stay frozen a while. I've made up my mind, and I'm choosing happiness. And I guess it doesn't mean things have changed when you're changing, world rearranging.
自由に羽ばたいてこの希望を装填して大丈夫このままさ私の手を取って今日という日を祝って笑って愛して光になるから鼓動鳴らして消えない傷を抱えていても眠れない骨に噛んでいても君に見える笑顔探す期待していてよ飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今は生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じて声が聞こえた未来へこのきらめきは誰も消せないよ守れるのなら引き金を引こう祝福をしよう新たな願いをほら楽しいことを選んでいこうやりたいことを全部やろう悩むことは何もないよ惑う暇はない光やれて願う嘘暗闇打ち抜いてアップルパイ片手にねどこまでも行けそうずっと夢から覚めないこのまま気づいて私の翼で壊して描いたそれ飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今は生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じてほら飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今は生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私は信じて声が聞こえた未来へこのきらめきは誰も消せないよ守れるのなら引き金を引こう祝福をしよう新たな願いをほら自由に羽ばたいてこの希望を装填して大丈夫このままさ私の手を取ってほら 自由に羽ばたいてこの希望を装填して大丈夫このままさあ私の手を取って今日という日を祝ってもらって愛して光になるから鼓動鳴らして消えない傷を抱えていても眠れない骨に噛んでいても君に似合う笑顔を探す期待していてよ飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今も生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じて声が聞こえた未来へこのきらめきは誰も消せないよ守れるのなら引き金を引こう祝福をしよう新たな願いを楽しいことを選んでいこうやりたいことを全部やろう悩むことは何もないよ惑う暇はない光やれて願う嘘暗闇打ち抜いてアップルパイ片手にねどこまでも行けそうずっと夢から覚めないこのまま気づいて私の翼で壊して描いたそれ飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今は生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じてほら飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今は生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じて声が聞こえた未来へこのきらめきは誰も消せないよ守れるのなら引き金を引こう祝福をしよう新たな願いを自由に羽ばたいてこの希望を装填して大丈夫このままさあ私の手を取ってほら
เคยตบแล้วมันออกมาลงใส่เก้าอี้มันมียุงเกงในตบแล้วขี้ออกติดมาบนเก้าอี้เลยต้องหาอะไรที่มันกั้นเพราะว่าเป็นคนใส่เกงในตัวเดียวนั่งทำงานร้อนอะไร
自由に羽ばたいてこの希望を装填して大丈夫このままさ私の手を取って今日という日を祝ってもらって愛して光になるから鼓動鳴らして消えない傷を抱えていても眠れない骨に噛んでいても君に似合う笑顔探す期待していてよ飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今も生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じて声が聞こえた未来へこのきらめきは誰も消せないよ守れるのなら引き金を引こう祝福をしよう新たな願いを
Stuff where I forgot to plug in my microphone correctly in that position. And I know she was probably hired because she's blonde and you know, Trump likes blondes. He also likes loyal people, and she's always been a party operative who's been super loyal. But we need competence right now. We need competence right now. And there's so many competent lawyers. Now, I do have a goal today. If we hit the goal, you can throw Legal Mindset in the ring for Attorney General, right? If we hit the goal, right? I'll allow you guys to put my name up for consideration. Of course, I will have to work remote. That's a job requirement. I have to work remote. But if you can put my name in there in the ring for AG, because literally anybody, even a simple Florida lawyer like myself, would be a better AG than Pam Bondi. She actually does not know what she's doing at all whatsoever. And by the way, who in the chat said, "Oh, you're sexist"? Are you kidding me? There are so many good female attorneys that would make great AGs. There are so many female attorneys that are competent and they're Republican, whatever else. So if he wants to pick a Republican that's competent, there are other Republican female attorneys that are competent. I know many of them. Some of my best friends in Orlando when I was practicing there, they'd be great AGs. They'd make a great AG in a second, right? In a second. But I know, especially as a Floridian, everybody knew she was a political operative, right? Not somebody who's competent. And everything she's done in the administration so far, everything, including what she did in Florida, she's bungled everything, even things that should be legal layups. She completely and utterly failed. So anyways, we got a PP today, but let's get into the stupidity of her first. Let's play this video before we get into the PP, because you guys got to hear this. This is the stupidest thing ever. Right? And I'm going to explain to you why it's so stupid, but just listen up here to this idiocy.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people so we show them that some action is better than no action?
We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything, and that's across the aisle.
Okay, real quick. This is the stupidest thing I've heard ever. This does not exist legally. Any person, even a 1L, knows this doesn't exist legally in the United States. Now, in the UK, it does. You're seeing how that's going for the UK. We're having fun with that. We had the UK threatening to arrest Americans over free speech. We do not want to become the UK. This would likely be illegal anyways. The Supreme Court would likely overturn this garbage anyways. But that said, she has no idea what the hell she's talking about. She has no idea. And as the Attorney General, this is inexcusable. You cannot make this massive mistake. And we're going to explain exactly the distinction between, hate speech and what is a hate crime and what's permissible speech and impermissible speech in just 1 second. Of course, I have a PP, guys. Of course, I have a PP. But before I get to that, let me get through some of these chats because I don't want to get too behind. So Sea Lion Prime says, hope everyone is having a good evening. I am too. Doug Diaz, thank you for the 10 Legal Mindset membership. Thank you. Yes. You guys, Doug Diaz and Hika, you guys are great OGs, right? Rona Zora was here, says, is it fair to say Bondi was advocating for compelled speech when she said that imprinting businesses would have to print Kirk memorial pamphlets? She needs to be fired. Yes, that's compelled speech. We don't want that. Once again, this is why I think she might be a plant. Because imagine the precedent for being able to compel speech. That is insane. And once again, I'm fair with the left and the right. I don't want this in law, period. Because this can be abused both ways. I don't want that. CJ Maldo said, hey, Legal Mindset, hope your day is going well. Don't worry about the scuff. We live for it. Saludos de Puerto Rico. Hey, saludos. Hope you're doing well there, all my Latino and Latina brothers and sisters. Table turns. Pretend Canadian says she's a plant. Look at Trump's initial pick, Matt Gaetz. Could he get through the rhinos and Dems, and Bondi flew right through, no issues. That's what I'm saying, boys and girls. That's what I'm saying. You know, at least Gaetz had the brains for it, right? Now he's controversial, etc. But you can't deny he's a smart guy. He's a clever guy, right? She's completely unqualified for this position. Brown Bear says, pretend, while I agree that Bondi needs to be fired, I also don't think the left will wait for the right to do something before they will use it against the right. Don't forget, they already arrested Trump's lawyers. Yes, and the states are going to fight back against this. And what I want to see is a legal strategy that is competent. Because if Trump and the administration bungle this, which they've bungled so many other things, they bungled Epstein, they bungled a lot of other things, through sheer incompetence, this will be a tragedy, and this will backfire massively. It needs to be done the right way, with precision, with a scalpel, like a surgeon. What they're doing is tossing a hand grenade in a random direction and hoping it hits. That's not how you do things in the law. That's not how you do things in the law. And look, an occasional typo here, a little bit of scuff there, that's fine. This is a major mistake, right? King Lugia for 1 Legal Minds membership, thank you so much. Hugh Janus says, Van Ponte, she's the only one who caused all the Epstein files. I don't know why Donald keeps running. Exactly, and you know what? In all of this, are we not forgetting the Epstein files too soon, right? Let us not forget that. And as we look at Pam Bondi and say, do we trust her? Remember the Epstein files, right? It's like, remember the Alamo, right? Remember the Epstein files. Do not forget that, right? Rocambola Ginblade says, stereotype we have over here is that blondes are dumb. Seems true in the case of the AG. Andrew for AG, let's go! Also, I nominate myself for Chief of Ministry of Truth. Totally unbiased, I swear. Well, look, listen. No, I know a lot of very smart blondes. One of my favorite coworkers, very, very smart girl, extremely hardworking, super smart. She's a blonde. They're extremely smart blondes. But that said, I think that, once again, Trump tends to pick people, if we just look at his personal preferences, that are sometimes just operatives or faithful or people he personally likes, right? That's fair to say. Just look at that. It's his history. It's his, you might say, his weakness or his soft spot. In this moment, he needs people to come and say, look, we need a competent person. Like JD needs to lean over and be like, hey, Trump, this girl's got to go. We got to get somebody that's going to do this right. Because I think JD Vance gets it. I think he's smart enough to get it. I think, it is something that we can get through. Halogen says, BK made the classic blunder of instinctive reaction to political news. That's right. I'm going to talk about Bryan Cranston later. He really screwed up about the Antifa stuff. And that's the back half of this. But that also relates to Bondi, because once again, remember, Bondi is responsible for how this terrorist designation is going down, and as I see it, she's completely bungling it. Felzu said, the scuff is why we're here. Welcome, Andrew, you're welcome. Japanese Demon Lord of Bar Lucifer says, Antifa versus Patriot Act, who will win? It can be, here's the thing, if this goes down wrong, this could be more overbroad than even the Patriot Act. And guys, if you know anything about the Patriot Act, you know it rolled back our rights a lot. Richard Berna says she was the same way when she was AG in Florida. That's right. El Pareva says you can get fired for speech. You can't get jailed. That's exactly right. And this is a great distinction. I made this, on Side Scrollers. I did a guest appearance there. There is a massive difference between what you can be fired for, which is almost anything, right? You can be fired for almost anything. As long as they're not firing you based on race, sex, orientation, etc., they can fire you for pretty much any reason at all. However, going to prison is different. So yes, you can be fired over speech. That is a thing. You can be fired over speech. However, you can't be jailed over what is speech. It has to be an impermissible form of speech. Music and Fiction says at least Harmeet Dillon came in and cooled it. Yep. Albert Ava said, Albert Ava for Attorney General. There we go. R2 Crows, I said, glad to be here. I've learned so much very quickly. And I'm trying to educate. Today's going to be very educational. This is a lot of stuff that even lawyers are messing up right now. Sir Guard Pebble in Nettle Soup says, as a Brit, the bouncy bubble scares me. I am not number one. I am a free man. And I fear for the Brits, guys. You guys have extreme speech crackdowns where you can't even express, what is clearly a fact over there. And I had that conversation. I was hanging out with two very based Polish gentlemen last night. One of them's from Zurich. One of them spends a lot of time here. Super cool Poles. And all of them say the UK is the worst off in sort of the decline in Europe. And I guess my British brothers and sisters, you can tell me whether you agree or disagree on that one. The Bresser Keene says this is happening while Trump is in the UK. Very interesting. Richard Berna says while she was AG in Florida and decided not to charge Trump University when she had all of the evidence, that was her interview. Let's get into this. Nate the lawyer. So a lot of the news is saying that this complaining about Pam Bondi is coming from the right. My good friend Nate the lawyer is a lefty. Now, he's not a hard lefty. He's actually a very centrist lefty. He's a lefty where most of the Antifa people disagree with him. And he's my friend. I've met him in person. He's a really good guy. He's a genuine guy. He's a smart lawyer. He's competent. He did work in the police department. He knows what he's talking about. He's a really, really smart guy, makes good content. I highly recommend his channel. He's a really good guy. But he's a leftist. And I disagree with him on some of his political points and some other things, right? But even he, he and me and many other people are saying this war on hate speech is very concerning. Hate speech is free speech. See National Socialist Party of America versus Village of Skokie. There are very limited exceptions, but going down this thought police route is insane. And I agree with him. I absolutely agree with him here, right? What is free speech? Free speech is ideas, opinions, debate, dissent. These are all permissible speech. You cannot stop ideas, even hateful ideas. Let's say you hated, I'm just going to make it, people from Jupiter, because there's nobody from Jupiter. So, hey, all those Jupiter people, I hate them. They're horrible, disgusting, vile pig monsters, right? You can say that. There's nothing against you saying that. Now, there is something if you call them a criminal. That's called defamation. You can't do that. You cannot defame people. But you can call them names, right? And you can debate, you can dissent. And what Pam Bondi doesn't understand, yes, you leave the Jupiterians out of this, Andrew. I know. Jovian lizard hate, I know. I am so against those Jovians, those dirty, dirty Jovians. They're really inferior species. I mean, their planet is so big. They must be compensating for something, Why is your planet got to be so big? Come on. What's going on downstairs in Jupiter? Huh? I'm just saying. We have fun on Legal Mindset. Okay, hate speech is different than hate crime. So what a hate crime is hate speech, which is an idea alone. Hate crime is an idea plus a criminal act. So yes, that's illegal, but it's mainly illegal because it's a crime. So if you rob somebody, right? That is a crime in and of itself. It's robbery. But if you rob somebody because they're from Jupiter, we're going to use that. They're going to use Jovians. They're Jovian, right? That would be a hate crime because you're using their distinction as a Jovian to rob them. That's going to be a new inside joke. Jovians is going to be a new inside joke on our channel. By the way, guys, I'm going to have to do a mindset lore stream because I realize I have so many new viewers. Not everybody knows all the lore, so I'm going to have to do a lot of lore here. It's going to have to be a lore video. It's like halfway to a VTuber, guys. Bondi doesn't also seem to understand the very basic concept, the very basic distinction between hate speech and hate crime. And that's such an important distinction. I love that my best friend is Joe. Sorry, that's good. America has a Saturn based on. Okay, let me get to these chats and we're going to talk about impermissible speech. Orange 33 says Pam Bondi equal Leo Giovanni. Look up Giovanni. I'm pretty sure I know who that is. Let's see. That's the accountant charged with conspiracy to commit wire fraud. Okay, yeah, that's pretty. There you go. Okay. They're Jupiter people in Crossbone Gundam. Thank you for bringing up Gundam. I love Gundam. This is a name says I am from Jupiter and I find that offensive.
Should you get and build monster? Short answer, yes. Long answer, this entire video.
Lead a core where ドクターを守り、アーミアを守れ。この命令が私の基本的な行動戦略において最も高い優先度が設定されているのは事実だが、他の一切を排して強制的に実行すべきだというわけではないからね。君を守るのは私が自分で決めたことなんだ。だから君をだまくらかして怒ったクロージャの対処を任せるために来たのではないよ、決して。
Monster, known as that mysterious creature related to Dr. Kelsey, which now has grown a human body, because of a reason that I won't tell here, since that is one hell of a spoiler. Anyway, thanks to her expertise, Monster currently acts as a special consultant for Rhodes Island Medical, Engineering, and Field Operation Department. So, the big lady's spine has become a separate operator. If she wasn't released 6 months ago in CN, I might have thought this is the result of that one silly Nintendo patent. Anyway, Monster is our 6th star in the chain medic archetype, focusing on healing, support, and EPS. Yes, welcome to Arknights. This medic technically heal one target at a time, but like Chaincaster, they can chain or bounce their heal to multiple targets, giving them multi-healing capability. The heal or chain heal will prioritize someone with the lowest HP or the recently deployed. And the chain heal can also target someone with a full HP, which in Monster's case works really well with her talent. Also, thanks to their chain heal, you can potentially heal operators who are outside of this medic range. But this medic archetype is known to be rather awkward to use, and has some noticeable drawbacks. Like how their healing amount will be reduced every time it bounces. There's also the potential of the healing not bouncing to operators you want, though it's mostly manageable. But of course, the game won't try to sell us a 6 star without trying to fix their archetype issue. And you'll see that with Monster. Now let's see Kelsey Jr.'s stats. Well, there's nothing exactly worth noting. Her stats are average for a medic. Although thanks to her talent, Monster basically can have a permanent boost to her stats. Moving on, let's see her talent. Monster's first talent is quite amazing. It allows her to deploy something called Reconstruction to her range. This thing basically acts as a healing target for Monster. It allows her to make a connection between 2 operators, and make it easier to heal someone outside of her range. For example, here Monster is unable to heal Fuse, because he's outside of her range. And she cannot chain her heal because Stainless and Illa isn't hurt. But thanks to this reconstruction, she can now chain her heal to that Russian man. This thing will also keep on losing HP, which is actually a good thing. Because Monster will keep healing it non-stop, and chain her heal to other operators. And you definitely want Monster to keep doing that, to get the buff from her talent too. And neatly enough, this construct will do a chain heal that is not weakened if it gets healed. Meaning Monster won't waste one of her healing bounce if it targets the construct. And as if fixing some of this archetype drawbacks wasn't enough, the reconstruction will also provide attack buff to units around it. The reconstruction doesn't have a time limit of how long it is present on the field. So it's basically a permanent attack buff, if you can keep it alive. Luckily this thing is pretty durable, and has a lower aggro than most units. And if it does get destroyed, or you retreat it, it has a quick deployment cooldown, which also makes repositioning easy. The only disappointing thing is that it strictly must be deployed on the ground. which makes it less flexible, but usually not a big issue. Next, this is her talent 2, which is already unlocked at Elite 1. Whenever monster or the reconstruction heal someone, monster and the heal target will get an attack speed buff for 10 seconds, which should be indicated by the floating crystals around the operator. And considering it is way longer than her normal healing speed, it pretty much means a permanent buff, as long as monster keeps on healing. The attack buff from this talent can be considered the best attack speed buffer, especially when it got a boost from her skill 2. This talent doesn't really have any drawbacks, but since the requirement is to heal someone first, this is useless for enmity operators and summoned units. Next up, this is her potential upgrade list. You got stuff that will reduce her cost, increase her attack, and improve the attack and attack speed buff of her talents. But even without duplicates, she is already a super good operator. As for module, by the time this video is uploaded, Chain Medic still doesn't have a module. Even in CN server. So tell me what's the best module for Chain Medic and Monster in the comment. Well, the easy choice is definitely something to reduce their chain heal penalty. Now let's talk skills. Her skill 1 is an AFK skill. In her next attack, her heal will get a multiplier, and now chain to another unit. Worth noting that this is an offensive recovery. In fact, all of her skills are the same. But thanks to her talent 1 reconstruction, she can keep on healing it and charge her SP. In a way, it turns all of her skill into auto recovery. That aside, this first skill is decent, but this is considered her least priority skill. For more potent healing, and also improving her support capability, it's always better to use her next skill. Next, her skill 2. Monster will prioritize healing the reconstruction. And now her attack speed buff from talent 2 will be multiplied. Well, not much need to be said, it's an amazing support skill. In fact, it is considered one of the best buff skills in the game. Not only Monster will constantly heal multiple units, and help them to stay alive against vicious hits, but it will also increase other operators' effectiveness, especially for damage dealers. The only downside here is that anyone outside of her construct range, or those who are not connected, will pretty much get ignored. But it's not a glaring issue, since it's manageable. It's considered her best skill to use if you don't need Monster to deal damage with her S3, and instead focus on providing healing and support. Last but not least, we have her skill 3. This is where her DPS tag came from. Monster will drop down to the construct location, becoming a temporary ground unit, with a range mimicking her reconstruction. She gains some big stat boost fitting for a blocker, can attack multiple enemies equal to block count, and the best part, her attack deals true damage, and she can heal herself on every attack. So yes, it basically combines OG Monster skill 2 and 3, and makes it even better. This easily makes her one of the best damage dealers in the game, and probably the best, or easiest source of true damage. And no doubt most of you already know how strong is true damage. It can ignore all kinds of enemies' defensive attributes and mechanics. Not to mention it hit multiple enemies. But sadly, despite her huge claws appearance, she can't hit flying enemies. Damage aside, what makes this skill even crazier is that the healing from attacking a target can actually bounce to other operators, meaning Monster doesn't throw away her ability to provide healing and support to others. In fact, it actually got strengthened because of the attack buff, but she now becomes something like an incantation medic, where she needs to attack to heal. For drawbacks, the most noticeable one is that constant HP loss, but it's actually hardly an issue. Even if Monster doesn't attack anything during this skill duration, the HP drain isn't even enough to kill her. From what I was told, it was actually so that Monster can keep healing herself and bounce the heal to others, which is nice. And if she does get defeated during this skill, she won't go back to the lobby, but actually survived and returned to her original tile. However, she will be one step away from death's door. By the way, after she uses this skill, the reconstruction will be gone, and you'll have to deploy it again. But neatly enough, as soon as Monster drops down, the reconstruction will start its redeployment timer. So normally once the skill is over, the construct is already available to be deployed again. Probably the only real downside of this skill is that the way Monster drops down to the ground tile is under the move mechanic, the same as Alpiona's skill 3. Meaning Monster will technically be redeployed, and normally she will become the unit with the highest aggro. Not a problem for her melee version. But it sure is for her original version, who got no strong defense. So that's all of her skills. But which one should you prioritize to master first? It's either her skill 2 and 3, and I'd say the first one to master depends on what you need. But the general choice to go first is her third skill, mainly because it has more impactful gain. Well, it doesn't have crazy gains like Iblana skill 3, because it only increases her initial SP and attack buff. But the attack buff increase is still useful to squeeze out every true damage from Monster. After skill 3, you can go master her skill 2. The mastery gain is hardly impactful in my book. It only increases her initial SP and increases the attack speed buff by +10 on M3. But it is a strong healing and support skill that you should consider to maximize. Skill 1 is pretty much a skip. There's actually a neat mastery upgrade that reduces the SP cost at M3. But considering her S2 has a better healing cost that isn't too different, and the expensive cost of a 6-star mastery, it really should be skipped, unless you want that full mastery icon to show the world just how much you like her. As for her base skills, all of Monster's base skills are in the control center. The first one will reduce moral consumption, and the second skill will increase factory productivity without needing to be partnered with other operators. This skill is the same as Calci's skill 2. In fact, the name is actually the same. Overall, she is a good addition for the base. So ladies and gentlemen, should you get and build Monster? For someone coming from her unpopular archetype, Calci Jr. is an amazing unit. She has a strong healing and support, and one of the best source of true damage. That should make her a top tier choice for story stages and integrated strategies. And could be in an advanced one, to tackle those who have a crazy defense stats, damage reduction, or something else. For new players, while you don't get her true damage right away, but she is a strong healer at Elite 1, which should help a lot in your journey. So overall I really recommend you guys to get Monster. That should be all. Adios.
Picture this, dear viewer. California, the early 21st century. Society and culture have changed beyond recognition, becoming a nightmarish dystopia where people are forced by law to be nice to each other. A world run by power-hungry tyrants hiding behind a mask of compassion and righteousness, where every aspect of human behavior and thought is carefully controlled and conditioned so that nobody would dare to disobey. A world where all traces of aggression, individuality, ambition, and resilience have been ruthlessly purged, leaving behind a population of docile, timid, feminized, emotionally fragile weaklings that are ashamed and frightened of their natural impulses and are completely incapable of dealing with hardship or adversity. Anyway, let's talk about today's movie. Demolition Man is a sci-fi action film released in 1993, starring Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes as renegade cop John Spartan and ruthless criminal Simon Phoenix. It's a movie that's always had a special place in my heart, because on the one hand it's a fun, over-the-top action flick with all the good stuff you'd expect from early 90s cinema.
You're gonna regret this the rest of your life. Both seconds of it.
But on another level, it's gained a bit of a reputation as the Nostradamus of the movie world, correctly predicting the modern rise of political correctness, overzealous censorship, liberal culture, sinister nanny state governments hiding behind a thin veneer of compassion, and fucking Zoom calls. It's a film that asks intriguing questions about the dangers of surrendering personal freedoms in the name of security, and if that all sounds a bit high-minded for a movie with scenes like this in it...
He doesn't know how to use the 3 seashells.
Then allow me to enlighten you.
Nah, I've changed that. Illuminate.
Sorry, illuminate. The movie kicks off in the near future of 1996. God, I feel old. Where Los Angeles now looks more like a bad day in Baghdad. What was it with movies back then, portraying LA like the Battle of fucking Stalingrad? I'm looking at you, Predator 2. Anyway, whatever. So the police are caught in a shootout with Simon Phoenix, a crime lord who's taken a busload of hostages and barricaded himself into his fortified hideout. The police can't fight their way inside, but that's okay because John Spartan is on the case. Better known as the Demolition Man, Spartan has a habit of blowing stuff up whenever he gets involved. Don't we all, mate? So he flies in by chopper and bungee jumps down to the rooftop below. I'd like to point out that a real dude actually did this, and there was a genuine concern that he might rebound back up into the rotor blades. They don't make them like this anymore, that's for sure. Anyway, Spartan kills a bunch of goons and fights his way inside, but instead of rescuing the hostages, he runs into Phoenix himself. And Spartan's like, "You're under arrest." And Phoenix is like, "Nah, I'm not." Because he's flooded the place with gasoline, which kind of makes me wonder, did Spartan's nose stop working when he came in here? Wouldn't he be a little bit suspicious of the huge pool of liquid spilling over the floor right where he's standing? Whatever. So Spartan can't shoot Phoenix without killing himself as well. Interesting setup. I wonder how he's gonna get out of this one. But then Phoenix is just like, fuck it, and sets the gas on fire anyway. Wait, what? That was your plan? Aren't you supposed to be relying on the threat of burning him alive rather than actually doing it? I mean, I'm pretty sure Spartan could still gun you down before he burns up. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Spartan just kind of runs through the fire, kicks the shit out of him, and demands to know where the hostages are. But Phoenix won't tell him. I love the foreshadowing here, by the way.
I swear, I'd lose my head if it wasn't attached.
Also, the script decides the building's about to...
I'd lose my head if it wasn't attached.
Also, the script decides the building's about to blow up. What have I told you about leaving your massive barrels of C4 next to open gasoline canisters? Now, I'm no chemical expert, but how the fuck do you put C4 into barrels? It's not like it's a liquid you can pour. Whatever. They have a fight and Spartan knocks Phoenix out and carries him out of there just before the place blows up. And damn man, they really did flatten the whole building for this scene, and it looks spectacular. Unfortunately, that's when Spartan discovers that the hostages were still inside the building, and now they're all dead. So he gets arrested and charged with murder, which is kind of weird when you think about it. I mean, Phoenix was the one who kidnapped them, imprisoned them, rigged the place with explosives, and triggered them. Spartan did everything he could to prevent it. Also, he's a decorated police officer. Surely they'd believe his word over Phoenix's. But anyway, the script needs the rest of the plot to happen, so whatever. Both men are sentenced to be cryogenically frozen and given subconscious reprogramming to remove their violent instincts and rehabilitate them. I'd like to point out that this movie begins in 1996. They really believed that within 3 years, scientists would find a way to cryogenically freeze people and bring them back to life decades later without harming them, not to mention subconsciously altering their personalities. Talk about disappointing, man. We'd barely even invented the internet by 1996. Anyway, flash forward 36 years and Phoenix is woken up for his first parole hearing. It looks like an open and shut case because he's clearly still an asshole.
Stop it!
But then he unlocks his electronic handcuffs somehow, kills the guards and escapes like it's nothing. That's interesting. It's almost like someone told him the password. Anyway, then we flash over to the local police department where young officer Lenina Huxley is going about her day. Huxley's good at her job, but for some reason she's obsessed with 90s culture and dreams about fighting real criminals. See, things have changed in the past few decades. Crime, violence, disease, sex and drugs are all basically a thing of the past, and the world's become a peaceful utopia where nothing bad happens. God only knows what would become of Tatiana in such a place. Her entire life revolves around all of those things. Now, because there's no crime left to prevent, the police are basically irrelevant. That is, until Phoenix escapes the cryo prison and the police are mobilized to take him down. Needless to say, it doesn't go well. Not only is Phoenix stronger, smarter and better at fighting than he was before, but he can also hack computers and trigger security systems.
Lucky number 7.
Nice. I love how he fucks around with this guy here. Wesley Snipes just had an absolute ball in this movie. Anyway, because they're not equipped to deal with a violent criminal like Phoenix, Huxley suggests that they defrost John Spartan to hunt him down instead. So the movie becomes a kind of cat and mouse game between the two men. Spartan's on the hunt for Phoenix, but he's usually one step behind. At the same time, he struggles to adjust to life in a totally unfamiliar world, and begins to uncover clues that it's not quite the perfect society it seems to be. At the same time, we begin to suspect that Phoenix's escape from prison wasn't an accident. He keeps hearing weird voices in his head, telling him to kill the leader of an underground resistance movement. And when he runs into this asshole after a shootout, he can't pull the trigger. Could there be a connection, I wonder? All of these different plot threads culminate in a revolution against the oppressive government and a final confrontation between Spartan and Phoenix before he can revive a whole army of criminals. Phoenix literally loses the head by the end. Sorry, couldn't resist. Much like Starship Troopers, Demolition Man is a movie that I didn't properly appreciate until I saw it years later from an adult perspective. On the surface, it's your typical early 90s action flick. There's lots of over-the-top fighting, close-range gun battles where the participants manage to hit everything except each other, lots of explosions, car chases for no other reason than to have car chases, and Stallone yelling and running in slow motion while stuff explodes behind him. It's all competently shot, with good stunt work and choreography, and some of the set pieces hold up pretty well even today. And damn, it's just nice to see practical effects being used again. It's also a surprisingly witty takedown of the progressive, touchy-feely culture that was starting to emerge in Hollywood in the early 90s. The macho bravado of the 80s was fading out, and with it, the action stars who made their names there. Stallone, Schwarzenegger, Willis and Van Damme all saw their careers wane from the mid-90s, and this movie is clearly a reaction to that. John Spartan embodies everything you'd expect from a classic action hero. He's big, gruff and no nonsense. He smokes.
What's a Marlboro? It's a cigarette, any cigarette.
He eats junk food.
This is a rapper.
He drives an old-fashioned sports car because it looks cool, and he struggles to adapt to the sensitive, caring world he's now living in. Not to mention the 3 seashells. So you want to know how it's done, eh? Right, You take the first two and shove them into as far as they'll go. Then you need to spread wide as far as you can. Now, there's a real danger your rupture. Finally, take the third one and all the way in. And for God's sake, don't, or you'll tear it right in half.
I can see how that could be confusing.
But the script also takes the time to show a more compassionate, thoughtful side to the man. Like when he discovers his family was killed while he was in cryosleep, or that the criminals he just beat up are basically desperate refugees scavenging for food. I like how he even rebukes Huxley when she cheers him on, all caught up in romantic notions of the world that he came from. It's a subtle but very effective subversion of the action hero archetype, suggesting that it's not quite as glamorous as we all believe. Phoenix, on the other hand, represents pure destructive chaos. Wesley Snipes is having the time of his life with this role, and it's great fun to watch. I love how he's just a total shithead to random people, like here when he arrives at the museum. He's not just a criminal out of necessity. The guy revels in the mayhem he's causing, and now he has the tools and expertise to make all his violent dreams come true. What's interesting though, is that Phoenix is also the one to kill arguably the main antagonist of the movie by convincing him to defrost some of his former gang members to help him out.
Will you please kill him? He's pissing me off.
I can't believe you never saw this one coming, mate. Now this is all fine and dandy. Gang members to help him out.
Will you please kill him? He's pissing me off.
I can't believe you never saw this one coming, mate. Now this is all fine and dandy, and it makes for an entertaining movie to be sure, but there's a deeper message lurking beneath the flashy explosions and satirical humour. Demolition Man dares to pose some interesting questions about the wider impact of this change to society, gradually exposing the sinister flaws beneath the utopian facade, something that would absolutely not be allowed today. In a world where violence, aggression, profanity, competition, and physical intimacy have been made obsolete, and technology is gradually taken over to fill the void, superficially happy people are left unfulfilled and unable to cope with adversity, or even relate to each other. Like in this scene where some asshole was talking about his emotions to an automated terminal rather than friends or loved ones. Although I have to admit, I do like the ego boost button.
You look great today.
The problem also spills over into romantic relationships, in that they basically don't exist anymore. Physical sex has been outlawed to prevent the spread of disease, and they have to use some weird virtual reality system to do it now. Shit man, I'd be willing to bet that Google and Facebook are working on this thing right now. They keep movies. It's interesting to note that Huxley's relationships with her co-workers are entirely platonic, and she only becomes physically attracted to Spartan when she watches him beating the shit out of some criminals. Wow, it's almost like the movie's suggesting that women tend to be attracted to strong, tough, confident, masculine men who can get stuff done, instead of, you know. The point is that every facet of Demolition Man's society, from music to movies to food, and even personal conversations and romantic relationships, has been censored and controlled and restricted. Personal freedoms have been curtailed in the name of peace, harmony, and safety, and the result is a weak, fragile, stagnant, repressed, culturally homogenized dystopia where nobody is allowed to be bold or ambitious or controversial. A world run by supposedly benevolent technocrats who preach tolerance and compassion but only use these things as tools to enhance their own power. Damn, this movie really was ahead of its time. On the opposite side of the coin, you've got a small group of resistance fighters led by a charismatic libertarian who rejected this fake utopia and now ekes out a living below ground in the decaying remains of the former city. Free but impoverished and disorganized, they pose a small but growing threat that could eventually spill over into widespread revolution. Hence, they have to be ruthlessly destroyed. The fundamental conflict of Demolition Man is the clash between lawless freedom and structured security, and the movie ends by suggesting that perhaps the best way forward is to find a balance between these two extremes. Not a bad idea, that. It's not a perfect film, of course. There are flaws in the narrative and subplots that get hinted at but drop later, like Spartan searching for his lost daughter but then just going, nah, it'll be fine, and giving up. Or the idea that fully functional weapons would be on display in a public museum, or the general stupidity of giving a violent criminal insane amounts of power and believing that you can somehow still control him. But overall, Demolition Man is a pretty good action movie with a solid cast, good fight scenes, and a script that's probably a lot smarter than people gave it credit for. And if you haven't seen it for a while, give it a watch in 2020.
Pam Bondi needs to be fired in order for America to get what it needs done, including the designation of Antifa as a terrorist organization, the prosecution of that, and making sure our rights, specifically our free speech rights, are not taken away as we go into this endeavor of getting rid of violent extremists. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney. In this legal mindset, we let you be your own judge. And I'm gonna, kind of take an even-keeled stance here. I've got something for Pam Bondi, who's obviously part of the administration. She's obviously a Republican, but I've also got a lot for Antifa and all those that think Antifa can't be designated a terrorist organization. I got news for you. They can, and there is a good way to do that. So we're going to get into that today on the legal mindset. So let's get into it. And I want to actually start with a video. And this is Pam Bondi talking about speech and hate speech. And it's on the Kate Miller podcast. And this is so important because remember, this is our AG. This is our Attorney General. This is the person who is going to be behind not only taking these violent groups down and prosecuting them, but also behind drafting the laws that get passed and doing all sorts of other things. And understand, her incompetence, her stupidity will be reflected in law, which is a massive, massive, massive risk. So let's take a watch at what she says here and how this is utterly incoherent.
You're especially now.
Law student, by the way. A 1L knows that this is permissible speech. Things like ideas, opinions, debate, dissent, and even hate speech, even hateful things. If you say something like, I hate this person, that's okay. You're allowed to say that. What you're not allowed to do is a hate crime. A hate crime is an idea coupled with an act, right? There's a criminal act. So you're going out and doing something criminal, and you're doing it with a hateful idea, behind that, right? So those are coupled together. But just speech alone is not enough. And once again, Bondi doesn't understand this concept. What she should be focusing on, and which any incompetent AG out there, any competent, any knowledgeable AG would focus on what's important here, the 4 areas of impermissible speech. And if you hear me talking about this, I am always talking about one of these 4 areas. These 4 areas are the areas that right now we need to go after. Law enforcement, the president, everybody, businesses, we all need to target these 4 areas. This is what we need to focus fire on, because in the legal realm, we are in the clear in nuking these areas. And if we clear these out, America becomes so much better. We don't have to go into taking our rights away. We don't have to expand the law. Just focus on what the law already makes illegal. Let's look at that. Incitement, so speech that directly incites imminent lawless action or criminal activity. This is a lot of the speech online. We talk about Hassan speech, other speech online that's hateful, directed toward violence. That's incitement, right? You're saying, hey, go out there and delete these people, go out there and hurt these people. That's incitement, right? Then you've got harassment, creating a hostile environment. Well, if people are creating a hostile environment where, people perhaps of a certain gender or race, perhaps white men, don't feel comfortable, that can be harassment, right? So we can go focus on that. We can also focus on defamation. Defamation is not legal, and we can even add and strengthen the penalties on defamation. That's perfectly fine as well. We can do that. And also we can tackle true threats. And true threats is an actual threat of violence, saying, I'm going to go hurt this person, right? So all of these are okay. And trust me and believe that if we actually take action on a lot of this stuff, which we've been sleeping on, especially with the radical left. The radical left has gotten a pass on this for a long time. I know a lot of people say, oh, it's both sides. And fair enough, if somebody on the right does this, they should be prosecuted as well. Don't get me wrong. But the radical left has gotten a pass on a lot of these categories, on defamation, harassment, incitement, and true threats. And if you just crack down on these, that is more than enough. That is plenty sufficient to sweep up a lot of people. And in fact, if you do what Bondi says, you're actually doing a hard left move, because you're actually, by adopting hate speech laws, going to the far left, going to a sort of the UK Orwellian, this is the approved speech, this is the not approved speech. We don't want to go there. That's not a place America wants to go. So, and by the way, going down the road that Bondi wants us to go down, that can end up getting overturned in the Supreme Court. And the last thing we want to do is get this stuff reversed, right? That's the last thing that we would want to do, because it would end up, it would really end up setting the whole movement back. The other thing is there's something coming up called the Smith-Mundt Act. And this is something that's got a lot of traction, right? So this is the Media Accountability Act. And it's not formally drafted yet. People are talking about drafting it. They're talking about naming it the Charlie Kirk Act, although I believe Charlie Kirk might be appalled by the way it's actually executed. And this would impose fines up to 35% of the company value on media. And many people say it's a precursor to a social credit score system, right? Or essentially a company credit score, a company score. And what they're going to target is things like bigot, racist, fascist, and perhaps stuff like Nazi and white supremacists. Now, I don't have as much of a problem with something like Nazi or white supremacist, so long as you create an objective definition, saying, okay, well, it is per se defamation to call somebody a Nazi unless they are either A, right, a formal member of the National Socialist Party of Germany between the era of 1920s roundabout to 1945, right? So if they're a formal member, you can call them a Nazi. Or if they self-declare as a Nazi, that's okay, that's fine. But otherwise, if you call somebody a Nazi, that is per se defamation, and they have damages. Okay, that might be reasonable, right? Because that would hurt someone's reputation. You can't just going around calling people a Nazi. It's way overused on the internet. It's way overused everywhere in media, and it needs to stop. Same thing with white supremacists. If you are openly a white supremacist, you should declare yourself as one, or you're a member of a group which publicly, as its platform, espouses white supremacy, then sure, then you can call somebody that. But otherwise, defamation, right? Now, something like bigot, racist, fascist, those are a little bit harder, right? So maybe you could say, okay, if you're part of something that openly espouses those views, maybe, but otherwise it's very difficult to say that, right? So how they do that, how they define that, it's going to be a little bit more tricky, right? Something with an objective criteria like white supremacy or Nazi, that might be a little more clear than bigot, right? Because bigot, what people can view as quote unquote bigoted or racist, varies widely. So what one person calls racist is another person saying, okay, that's just somebody making a joke, or that's harmless, etc. That's humor, right? So that's going to be a little bit more difficult. So my kind of problem here is I don't want Pam Bondi drafting this. she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. She's going to screw this up entirely. This requires so much legal nuance that I have zero faith that this woman can do this, or the team even under her, because she's going to be directing it down a bad path, and they're just going to follow her like blind gnomes to, or lemmings right over the cliff, right? And I know there's some debate whether lemmings actually go over cliffs, but it's a metaphor, okay? So I now want to shift gears with this, and actually it still goes with Pam Bondi, because once again, Pam is going to need to execute this, and I have zero faith. But there's this declaration of Antifa as a terrorist group. So the other day, I actually prepared this whole slide deck and everything before, but I ended up redoing it. Trump said he would 100% label Antifa a terrorist group, and it turns out he went and made a tweet. Now everybody is going out here and saying, this is an official declaration, it's an official declaration. It isn't, guys. This is not an executive order. There has not been an executive order that I've seen yet. I need to see the language. So this is just him tweeting. Now, let's talk about how you would do it right. Once again, I don't think Pam Bondi understands this. I think Pam Bondi has no idea how to do this. So let me explain it, and maybe somebody can pass this to her team, or the person that succeeds her, if she's hopefully fired, and get this done the right way. First of all, Trump can unilaterally direct law enforcement to prosecute. So Trump can unilaterally say, okay, FBI, go after Antifa. That's fine. They can do. That's just a directive. That's giving them, the executive is saying, hey, it is your priority to prosecute Antifa. They do that tomorrow. They can bring RICO charges against Antifa. That's completely possible. So that the president can do unilaterally. Now let's talk about these designations, because this is where people get legally stupid, and this is where Pam Bondi has no idea about this. And we're going to talk about domestic versus foreign. So here's the thing. The domestic terrorist organization designation does not exist. There's no federal statute on this. There's no way to officially designate a domestic terrorist group. It does not exist. So the only way you could try to do this is by executive order or by an act of Congress. But those are super flawed processes. Because first of all, if you do an executive order, it's immediately going to be blocked by an activist judge. And by activist, I mean someone that's opposed to Trump and the administration. Just like with all other executive orders. And honestly, I'm being real with you guys, it may not stand up to judicial review. So as it's blocked and appealed, even if that gets appealed, to the next level quickly, which by the way, this could take years to appeal, it may get destroyed at the appellate level or at the Supreme Court level. So I have no promise, or there's no guarantee this would work if it's done domestically. If it's done by an act of Congress, so help us God, it's going to be a slow process. It's going to be stalled. It's going to be potentially compromised, overboard, pork barrel politics. There's going to be something else slipped in there. Somehow our rights are going to be infringed on as part of this. An act of Congress would be a giant mistake. What they can do right away, and what a smart attorney general, once again, not Pam Bondi, a smart attorney general would designate a foreign terrorist organization, FTO designation, because yes, we already have an established method of designation for foreign terrorist organizations under the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act. This occurs within the Department of State, right? It is unlikely to be blocked by judicial review because it must be challenged within 30 days, and there's a very limited scope of review. All the court can review is whether there was quote unquote substantial support, which just means, hey, is there some proof, right, in the record? And is this not arbitrary, capricious, abuse of discretion, or otherwise illegal? And anybody who knows the law in the Supreme Court knows that arbitrary and capricious is almost always passed by the government. They almost never find anything as arbitrary and capricious. It's very, very difficult. So, okay, as long as you have some proof, that's good. And honestly, this is the craziest thing. No designation, not one single designation that's ever been made has been overturned. That's powerful, guys. That's really powerful. Compare that to executive orders. Executive orders get tossed out left and right. It's more likely than not that a executive order will be tossed out, right? So, and you're not getting any interference from Congress on this. And the criteria, and let me get through these criteria here. The group must be foreign, right? Engage in terrorism, and threaten U.S. nationals, national security, or foreign relations. So let's go about the group must be foreign. So their origin is in Germany. I cannot pronounce this correctly, even though I try to I speak a little German, but I always get this wrong. Antifasciste, like I always get that one wrong. Fascistes, yeah. Action, right, with a K. right? That's the origin, right? Or originated in Germany. So it's got a foreign origin, right? That's part of it, and it has many foreign members. And the other thing too is, this is huge, foreigners such as Canadians. And once again, remember, Canada is a foreign country. The federally funded, the state-funded Canada Anti-Hate Network is aiding Antifa. So we literally have a foreign government. And once again, Canada is very much engaged in radical left activism. I'm sorry, I know a lot of Canadians. I love a lot of Canadians. I love Canadian friends. I love you guys. But the government of Canada is very much sanctioning a lot of extreme leftist beliefs, right? Especially what we considered extreme leftist by American standards, right? So that shows that there is a strong foreign tie here. So we can, I believe, meet this element. And at the very minimum, you could say, okay, the foreign elements of Antifa, right? Those can be designated if you want to try to split those off. But I think you could do the whole thing because it's very loose and decentralized, right? And that's similar to some cartels, to some mafias, etc. And that's a good comparison because we're going to show you that's exactly the type of groups that have been designated as terrorist organizations this year. So engaged in terrorism, there's been multiple incidents of terrorism and violence that Antifa's done across the U.S. This is easy to prove. Second, and then lastly, it threatens U.S. nationals, national security, or foreign relations. Honestly, it has all three. It damages all three. But if you wanted to do the easy one, national security is a layup. It's very clear, so there's no really debate there. So let's look at the foreign terrorist organization, shall we? If we look at what those are and what's been designated, you see mostly cartels and gangs, from MS-13 down there on the bottom, all the way up to Los Choneros and Los Lobos, which were designated this month. Those are gangs, and those were designated in September. So everything that Trump has done, except for a couple here, like the Balochistan Liberation Army, which is a Pakistani and breakaway thing. Most of these are, and some of the Middle Eastern ones, etc. But most of these are cartels. Most of these are cartels, Sinaloa cartel, etc. So if you think about how cartels operate, cartels have domestic elements. They have people in MS-13 and Los Lobos, Los Llaneros that are in the United States. And those are successfully held up. Those haven't been overturned. So they're very much comparable. And if you look at the actual language on how they designated these, and you say, international cartels constitute a national security threat beyond that posed by traditional organized crime. So you could say Antifa constitutes a national security threat beyond that opposed by traditional organized crime. That would stand up. The convergence between themselves and a range of extra-hemispheric actors, from designated foreign terrorist organizations to antagonistic foreign governments, this is true too. Canada, we now have proof that Canada is an antagonistic foreign government. Trudeau is literally behind this. He's literally helping, right? You've got complex adaptive systems, characteristic of entities engaged in insurgency and asymmetric warfare, absolutely. And infiltration into foreign governments across the Western Hemisphere. Once again, sorry, our northern neighbors, but obviously you've got some people in the woodshed up there, and there's people in Europe, etc., other places where Antifa has infiltrated. So the consequences, and this is huge, this is massive. If we are able to get this designation, if we're able to do this, we can make it a crime to knowingly provide material support and resources to a designated FTO. Which means even if you're an American, if you're helping Antifa, you're done. So in that way, in this way, even if we just designate the foreign elements, Antifa within the United States that is helping outside the United States, we get all of Antifa. We get all of Antifa through this foreign FTO designation. This is the way to go legally because you get everybody with this. Next, if you represent that FTO, you're inadmissible to the U.S., you can be deported. So all of these activists, which are being flown into the United States, which are coming in here to assist, etc., deport them all, ban them all. That will really cut down on the numbers in these demonstrations. And last, this is the most important, U.S. financial institutions processing or controlling any assets may block all transactions.